All the barricades, I wanna know why they hold me back. Need a miracle to break me through, but I won't get that. If I was a real wonder, then I could save me from turning around. Lift me off the ground, and one day I'm free. Yeah, I wanna be a real wonder. Heaven lift me up from under. Wishing I could be somehow stronger now, so I can fight away all the pain inside me. Never be afraid of the fate that finds me. Wishing I could be stronger, so I can be a real wonder.
If you wanna be a wonder, baby, come and show it. Tell me what you feel in your heart and your soul. There's nothing I would take for granted. With me, we'll make it through. Takes two hearts to fix heartbreak. We grew apart, I made a mistake, but I'll try to make it up to you, my darling. Ooh.
Yeah, I wanna be a real wonder. Heaven lifts me up from under. Wishing I could be somehow stronger now,
So I can fight away all the pain inside me. Never be afraid of the fate that finds me. Wish that I could be stronger, so I can be a real wonder. running faster and faster. I don't know what we're after, yeah. We keep up with disaster, disaster. I'm thinking that they're after me. We're running like faster and faster. We're running like faster and faster.
Welcome to LXC.
Electric pulse, the bass it strikes. Rivals run through the neon fights, dodging fire with a fiery flare. Legends clashing out in the air. Blaze through the night, sparks ignite. Victory's roar echoes in the fight. Bunny paws leap through and thrive in the Sentinel. Clash, they come alive.
Just go down. He actually eats out clone cyclones. Demilio also doing a Lion has to back away. Big Rev certainly can't catch him.
Oh, Big Rev, Big Rev, Big Rev. That was almost the kill, but I will say you did get one of those grubs. And that does mean that technically that does not count as one of those, but oh.
He went back for farm and Big Rev called it out. And he might just live anyways. Actually, Big Rev is the one in trouble.
Never mind.
Down goes over. Flashes out. Soul Rim, I don't think you can chase through the blast.
Putting 3 members, jungle, support, ADC. Oh, but the serving in a face check 2. This is a 3v4. Oh, she had the member advantage. They're gonna try. Kai'Sa will ult in, but Saya just melts Kai'Sa in that fight. The pride of side there. Brazil's gonna be taken onto. I don't know who got taken to Brazil. Oh, it's Matrix. Yone is in there fighting alone, but now will be popped up and TFF Chill Guys will be able to collect.
He gets hit with the Jinx ult on the backside. Both top laners are kind of fighting the back line. He is getting run down by the Cho'Gath, has to flash away. The speed up gets him away from the Q. Nocturne presses R. Can he get vision on someone to ult? He just goes for the Cho'Gath. And maybe they'll just kill him. Look at the Zerathal onto the back line while you have a Yorick running at you. But it looks like they're doing no damage because of the Lulu shields. And the Cho'Gath and Silent Assassin able to trade one back. Reverse is just fighting 2v1 in the back line while Cho'Gath falls to infiltrate.
Anyways, TD looking to start a fight. They're so calm right now. Diana ulti gonna connect onto Poodle. They're gonna keep going. Poodle's gonna fall. Switch on the back line going rat-tat-tat. Their team is walking out. TD bus is going in. They're gonna pick up 3 people from Chill Guys. Only left one stays at front. The Veigar. Will he live? Will he try to pick up somebody? He won't. Person who's gonna die was Riven, but Riven just...
Chill. Hey. Play slow. I still have ulti. I'm holding ult.
I still have R as well.
Yo, Kong.
It's fine.
I got him. I W'd it. I got big ulti. I got big ulti.
Going. I die for this.
I died too. Oh god, Q's just shredding. Yeah! No! Yeah!
Okay, I'm on Kale. Nice. I'm looking around.
Twitch.
You go Twitch next.
Twitch is dead.
Twitch is dead.
I'm not sleeping, by the way.
Okay, I'm out of the fight.
Tail's out of the fight, but we won.
Kill Lilia.
Where's Kale?
Tail went up. She's up here. She's probably basing. Kill this bitch, and then we just push mid.
She's ending.
Base.
I slowed Kale. She's gonna one-shot.
No. Tower.
Holy cow, nice.
End?
Orn has TP.
I'm stuck on him though.
Catching bot. What the? I'm coming.
Bet.
Just one. Malcolm.
Yep, I'm walking.
Oh, I got pushed.
No, center.
Oh my god, I can't move.
Looking. We end.
Yep.
Don't kill!
As Wolves just want to be pushing down mid lane. Kind of tough to siege without the Baron buff. I mean, Fredos has got plenty of wave clear on this brand. We've got the top laners split pushing on opposite sides of the map right now. It's actually an amazing scat. Oh my god! I guess we just land a scatter and win the game. Okay.
Yeah, the Syndra is beyond online, especially with...
The ultimate available. This is a fight to decide whether or not BBP can punch their ticket to finals, and so far it just hasn't been enough. Sneak pickle with all these shotguns, and ice cube from Agent Legit. This big Z60 goes down. Is this Roar's fight to win? Feathers is still here with Adrian Legitness. It is 2v2, but Peel and Realis is so tanky.
The crowd goes wild, the victory is mine. We made history, crossed every line. Tonight we're legends. We are legends.
Hello everyone to Alexi. It's finals day for Sentinel. I'm here as Scarlet and I'm here with Righteous. I'm really excited to be with him for the finals. Are you excited, Righteous?
Of course I'm excited. I've been covering Sentinel the whole way through, coming to an end, and I couldn't be happier because it'll free up some time for me. I'm just kidding.
But what the teams that we're going to be seeing is Bunny Brawler Paws versus Rivals, which you might know a little bit about some of the teams. I mean, obviously you've been covering them, but you know, you have a connection to one, of course.
Yeah, I mean, so for Bunny Brawler Paws, it's kind of been a up and down journey. Starting as a previous org, that org splitting. Some of the remaining players sticking around and trying to, I guess, make it work. And it was literally the week before playoffs, and so they've been able to not only make it work but find their way to finals. The Roar series was back and forth, and sorry, I'm getting bombarded with messages saying
exciting
audio is being weird. Let me double check. Oh, ooh, does this sound better? Dad, my crispy now. Okay. My bad.
But yeah, so for Rivals, it's kind of been the opposite. They've had the same roster all the way through, except for tonight, where we'll have a substitute mid laner. Salo, unfortunately, unable to be here because of work-related issues. He got called up by the big military, so he will be watching.
Don't they know about the finals? Like, what the heck? No,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The 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 country and the government can wait. We got finals to play. No, so
exactly.
it'll be Eyesight slotting in. Eyesight, plenty of comp experience. Has been around the Rivals organization for quite some time, so it's not like he's a brand new player. All of these people, all of these players are Rivals have interacted with him and played with him before, and so
Good.
it'll just be different. It'll be different for sure.
Yeah, whenever you change the mid lane, I feel like that can change a lot. Obviously, every role is like that in certain ways, but mid lane impacts a lot of things, obviously, in the part of the game where it feels like you do need that synergy. You know, if you change your AD carry, obviously it changes the bot lane, but it might not change your team fight as much. But if you change your mid laner, it feels like the macro is going to just feel so different in the mid to late game.
Yeah, and it comes down to differences of styles. Salo, one of the more aggressive solo laners in Sentinel League, I believe he finished at or probably near the top of solo kills during the regular season. Eyesight may or may not be as aggressive. We'll have to see depending on what their approach is to draft and the gameplay here. But regardless, it's two teams that have overcome a lot to end up being here at Sentinel Finals, and now it's win and become champion or lose and think about what could have been. One of these teams, of course, gonna end up empty-handed, and so for both Rivals and Bunny Brawler,
Not
Paws.
empty-handed, but yeah,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
sucks to get second, of course, but the prize pool does go to second. It's on my sheet here, which is kind of funny. So they do in fact not go empty-handed yet. Obviously, both teams want that first place prize and the honor that goes with it.
Yeah, we're having some third-party drafting sites issues.
Wow,
So
that's exciting.
they're trying to figure out what they're trying to or we're trying to do for the stream side of things. But yeah, I mean, going back to these teams, like we mentioned, it's gonna be a different look with Eyesight. But for Bunny Prowler Paws, we saw a good sample size of their gameplay against Roar last week. They ended up taking the series 3-1.
Oh, we might have our work cut out for us because I think we're going to go to a new draft screen, and I don't know if we have the infrastructure to show draft easily on that. So we're going to have a fun, interesting one. So please bear with us. Hopefully, the other two draft websites that we use traditionally will be up by game 2 and 3 and so on. But we're going to have an interesting one. So that's a slight delay. But go ahead and talk about what you're talking about the 3-0 and stuff.
Oh yeah, no problem. So they won 3-1. The series of or sorry, the story of that series was Red Side was king up until BBP took the final game on Blue Side. And BBP gave a variety of looks. We saw Merc Master on a couple of Rumble Jungle games. Saw him play Nocturne. We saw Peelim, who had up until this point, been playing a lot of tanks or aggressive carries, not tanks, sorry, carries or Kasante being like his main tank. Actually found the series clincher on an Ornn pick, which was interesting. Big Z looked very oppressive with his unique Varus build. But the name of that game and that series was them, Bunny Brawler Paws, being at the right place at the right time, either punishing mistakes on side lanes, overextensions from Roar's mid laner, or just ultimately winning team fights and skirmishes to close out victories. And Rivals kind of operates the same way. They like to fight around objectives. They like to try to make picks before set objectives. And so with both of these teams so objective focused and so team fight, so skirmish focused, I think we're going to be in for a really good series.
Yeah, I just hope that everything goes okay with draft. I don't want to have to draft in the client. Like, I know that that's what it's for, but that does feel a little off the rails a little bit. So it looks like we've got links coming, and your guess is as good as ours, viewers, for how we're gonna be able to relay this information to you. I assume we'll have some kind of picture of the champions, but we might have to, have it just a little bit out of frame, basically.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, for sure.
But I mean, coming to this draft, so this is post, Neferi Gwen nerfs. And so that, I mean, that leaves some wiggle room for draft priorities for both of these teams, right? If you've been following the pro scene, it's basically been Neferi or Gwen on B1. If either of them are left open, in either a trade or if Red Side's just banning both. And I don't expect either of these teams to have super high prio for either of those champions. So I'm excited to see, what kind of series meta will evolve as the games go on. Both of these teams, game one's kind of an opportunity to feel each other out, see what their priorities lie, see what they're trying to do in terms of gameplay and draft and the like, and then read and adjust from there. And Bunny Brawler Paws did a pretty good job of that against Roar. They had a big priority on Rumble. Rumble was working to some extent, but wasn't the end all be all for that draft. And so even when it was up, they just stopped picking it and started contesting and prowling other champions. And that, to me, the ability for these teams to read, react, and make plays based off of that will probably be the difference maker in regards to draft, for sure.
Yeah, but sometimes game one you can kind of predict a little bit, and then the draft in a best of 5 really goes off from what happens in the previous game. So we'll see where it evolves from there for sure. And it looks like we're in draft. I'm gonna wait to see what the viewers see. Oh, this isn't the worst. Okay, we've got spots for champions. You might not be able to see bands, so we'll relay the bands over to you as they happen. So we'll work with what we've got. We've got Varus and Oriana bands so far, which are respectable bands. I feel like they've been mainstays of the meta. And Eyesight also seems like an Oriana player. I don't know if Eyesight's played in much games that can be scouted that well for coordinated play outside of solo queue. Do you know if Eyesight has played much, like in a way that people could find their history in a coordinated sense?
In terms of competitive play and I say playing mid, it's not going to be easy to find find games like that because I'm pretty sure they don't exist. So it's gonna be a lot of solo queue data that these teams are relying on, and so Oriana being banned, not a huge surprise. Also taking away that Oriana Jarvan combo, so Oriana and Jarvan both banned by BBP, and then Nocturne was banned away from rivals Mercmaster. I would say had a easier time or a better experience in their series against Roar on that Nocturne, but the Rumble is still up as Sivir and Swain are going to be the remaining bans taken away.
Oh, a Mumu. I haven't seen beat one in Mumu in quite a while, but I don't see why it wouldn't still be good. Obviously the champion isn't as strong as it used to be without the combo of MF being readily available, but I mean that champion still does work and is hard to counter in the B1 sense.
Mumu taken by rivals, of course. If you really think about it, a Mumu could be a flex pick. My guess is playing in the jungle. And speaking of that Rumble, it will be BBP locking in that Rumble. When we saw them play against Roar, they preserved that pick all the way to R5 as a potential flex. But my guess is that it's going to be in Mercmaster's hands in the jungle.
Okay, so we've also got Zaya. I can see that the stream has got some really nice close-up of a Mumu, so we're gonna just walk you through what's going on. So Rumble and Zaya have been picked for BBP so far. We're going to collect this Mumu with 2 more champions for Rival soon.
The Zaya pick into the Mumu, if you're just looking at these first 3 picks, really good pickup. Having the ultimate for that Mumu ult is obviously a plus. However, the onus will be on rivals to try to bait out that ult before Mumu ultimately goes in. So it'll be kind of a cat and mouse game to track here in game 1. Indra is going to be the second pickup by rivals. So lots of AP damage coming through their first 2 picks.
Yeah, I do feel like if their jungle is open because it's a flex. Oh, I don't think you play Caitlyn and Mumu because Caitlyn has been locked in. So it could be a Mumu support still. You can definitely play CC engage with Caitlyn and Mumu. I haven't seen as much. And then BBP also lock in the Mel, which is interesting. I do like it into Syndra specifically, but I do feel like Mel is more of a counter pick a little bit later than what's showing right now. But
Yeah,
it is
so
really
I
good
mean,
still, I think.
Mel could potentially be taken there in the bottom lane to pair with that Xayah. My guess is that it's just going to be mid, which if that's the case, and that is a Rumble jungle, both of these teams doubling up on the AP in that mid jungle duo. Mel is kind of a champion that has since fallen out of prio after her several nerfs upon release. Decent champion, especially into that engage, having that W that reflect. But we'll have to see how well it's piloted. It's been picked to mixed results in Sentinels. Occasionally it pops off, but usually it struggles. So we'll have to see how I'm assuming the Lord JK will pilot that pick. We got a couple more bans for you. Rivals has elected to ban away the Ornn, while BBP has banned away Taric.
Yeah, I kind of find it. Oh, and Leona as well for the second ban for PvP. So definitely trying to make the Zai have a bit of an easier laning phase. And, those do speak to possibly Mel going support as well, because I feel like she would. Actually, maybe the opposite in a way, because I feel like Mel would actually do pretty well into those two. Just having the poke with Zaya, the CC between both Zaya and Mel. So I'm thinking this is a Mel mid, but maybe they just don't want to engage supports in general. However, that does mean they also believe this is Amumu's jungle, because they're banning two supports with the
Yep.
Amumu show. But again, I think that's pretty likely with Caitlyn picked. And
Okay,
then
so
will be the final ban.
Rivals electing to ban away the set. BBP locks in the Braum, kind of further boxing out that potential Nautilus pick to come through. A lot of the times you'll see Nautilus picked in the Xayah, just so you hit R, you trade Rs, and that way it's easier for Mumu to find that engage. So I'm not going to want to lock that Nautilus into the Braum, so we'll have to see how Rivals adjusts here. What's interesting is BBP has that Camille option available as well. Caitlyn, not the most mobile of AD carries, and Syndra is Syndra not as mobile either. So if that the Camille comes through, that could be a little bit dangerous for the mid ADC of Rivals getting Camille ulted into a rumble. We'll have to see, but yeah, that ooh is in regards to a Zillion that has been picked by Rivals on a B4.
I do like this because I feel like the traditional poke champions with Caitlyn would kind of struggle into Xayah Braum while also not scaling that well, but the Zillion kind of does both. But it does mean with this Mordekaiser for Rival that Caitlyn is their sole source of physical damage. And BBP might not have picked their top laner yet if you're correct that the Rumble's jungle.
Yeah, Caitlyn being the sole source of damage, it's a blessing in disguise, I think. Outside of the Braum, this BBP squad not very tanky, and so they're gonna be tempted to double dose some MR items, which means Caitlyn are gonna be doing a lot of damage if she's able to get to head. And there's that Camille that one might be worried about if you are Rivals. The Camille Rumble ulti combo, probably one of the easiest ones to pull off here.
Oh my gosh, I just looked at stream. We finally got the picks and pans on stream, so I was gonna go over it again, but everyone can see, luckily. Thank you to our producer for figuring that out so quickly. So that means you guys can make your predictions with your eyes wide open to what the comps are. And it's interesting. You're right that the Caitlyn definitely will be able to do a lot of damage if people stack MR. Yet I also feel like it is putting a lot of pressure on this Caitlyn Zillion lane to do well, and means that Mel has more ability to, reflect and be more. I mean, it's just like if Caitlyn's the only person that can damage the tanks, it feels like Mel has a bit more prominence in team fights to be able to do stuff, but we'll see. I just want to see Mel reflect a Mumu Q on accident because that would be very funny to me. Or a Mumu queuing in response to Mel W if the reactions are there, because that also would be very humorous. But what do you think
The
of these
mill into
lanes and
them.
jungles?
Yeah, so I like to, look at drafts, lane by lane vacuum, and then the game as a whole. The Mordekaiser Camille matchup should probably be heavily favored towards that Camille. Of course, Camille might need a little bit of scaling to get going. But once she hits 6, once she gets an item under her belt, she'll be off to the races. So we'll have to see how the side lanes develop as the game goes on. That mid lane matchup, Syndra and Mel, If Mel's got hands and she can use the W, a lot of damage is taken out of Syndra's kit. She is a burst mage to the nth degree, and so if she looks for the stun and it comes through, but then her ult or her Q is reflected, then they're out of luck. So we'll have to see how that goes. And then down to the bot lane, like you were saying, this Braum locked in is susceptible to range supports, and Zillion is definitely one of those. That Zillion Caitlyn combo should get the push early into the Xayah Braum. As the game goes on, Xayah going to be a lot more focused towards that DPS build, while Caitlyn probably going to be looking for burst because there is not very many tanks on BBP side. So once team fights start to develop, it's going to be who can find the priority target. Can a Mumu find a Xayah without ult, or a Mel that's not ready, or can the Camille find the Syndra or the Caitlyn for an easy Rumble ulti? Now I will say Rivals with that Zillion ult, pretty nice dissuasion or a nice tool to get out of jail free, so to speak. If Camille ults and the Rumble ult comes through, you just ult whoever got ulted, and they should be fine. So lots of different interactions we'll have to keep track of as the game goes on.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like Rivals has some pretty good lanes and opportunities for the early game, but I also feel like their team fight is a little tough here. I mean, maybe it turns out differently, obviously, if Caitlyn's super ahead or if Syndra's able to. So obviously the lanes will matter a lot more. But if it ends up even, I just feel like the 5v5 is so hard for Rival. I could be wrong because it's hard to say. I feel like I haven't seen all 10 of these champions together ever. Just with Mel being so new and Zillion being so out of favor for a while. And I feel like Caitlyn Zillion is a lane I haven't seen in a long time at all, because Zillion usually likes a hyper carry.
Yeah.
Plus Zillion support is pretty rare nowadays. So we'll see
Yeah.
how it goes. But I do think the onus is on them to win early.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that if their lanes can get going early, the rest of the game should be pretty easy to manage. If you look at their comp, there's plenty of opportunities for them to catch picks, to blow somebody up, and a lot of that has to do with vision control, right? And the easiest way to get vision control: win your lanes early, get a couple towers, start setting up shop and going out from there. For BBP, the Zillion ult is kind of going to be key because outside of the Camille engage, there's not a lot of lockdown for BBP to try to make a play, right? A lot of it can be reactionary. The Braum, shielding a carry as a Mumu goes in, or Mel looking to reflect damage coming through. But outside of, that, trying to make a play, it's going to fall on Pila Morales on this Camille. And so if they're ahead and Camille can just one-shot somebody, then, that's not a problem. But if the game is even, or if they are behind, BBP might be playing on the back foot just because they don't have a lot of playmaking opportunities.
Yeah, I wonder actually how much BBP can just weather the storm too, even if they fall behind early, because their disengage and ability to play a team fight where a Mumu has to come into them is so good. That like even it's not just on Rival to be ahead early. I feel like they do have to snowball it, which I guess is every early game comp ever, but it just feels so extenuated here whenever you're looking at how much BBP can lock you down if you come in. And then if you don't, then yeah, they do struggle for sure. Or in skirmishes, I imagine they would struggle as well.
Yeah, Big Revs is definitely gonna have to be patient when it comes to these, team fights around objectives or early skirmishes, because if you pull the trigger too soon, you're right. There's plenty of tools in the toolbox for BBP to not only avoid the Amumu, but make sure he's a non-factor in these fights. You know what? We could talk about draft all we want, but I'm excited for game one. Scarlett, do you have a prediction going into this match?
Ooh. Okay, so I'm personally biased against early game comps. However, I do think that Rivals got a nice one cooking. I don't know. This Zillion's such an oddball. I'm gonna go with BBP for game one, but with a caveat that's gonna be close, probably. Or unless it's a complete stomp, then it wasn't close. But I do feel like they have the opportunity to definitely get through the early game.
Yeah, well, we will have to find out. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and then when we're back, we'll be on the Rift.
Mirrors on the wall, staring back at me. Stranger in the hall, frozen by the scene. Portraits seem to fade. He lost his centerpiece. Can't recall his face. I hope he'll rest in peace. Haunted by my mind, victim or the prey. Everything is fine. Take me to my grave. Bury me alive, keeping me astray. Hard to say goodbye to who I am today. Everything is fine. Take me to my grave. Haunted by my mind, victim or the prey. Everything is fine. Take me to my grave. Bury me alive, keeping me astray. Hard to say goodbye to who I am today. Haunted by my mind, victim or the prey. Everything is fine. Take me to my grave. Bury me alive, keeping me astray. Hard to say goodbye to who I am today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Game 1 of Rivals versus BBP. We've got a 5-point classic here, and enemy teams will see each other. And I see an item that I have not seen starting for a long time on AD Carry, but here it is. There's a call right now on my screen.
Yeah, the Cole locked in, the double Dark Harvest between the Rumble and the Mel makes me think the BBP wants to play scaling in the mid bot. So we'll have to kind of keep track of how willing they are willing to take fights and skirmishes here in the early game. But my guess is they're going to be more than willing to give objectives or map control for the sake of that safe scaling potential eyesight.
Tier stack.
Yeah, tier stack gets the Q back, so both mid laners get their damage and numbers up here in the early game. No harm, no foul. But yeah, looking across the board, I like BK's taking the barrier when faced with the Camille. Heal going on CB. It's probably better that CB has that defensive summoner to try to look for those ultimates either on himself or on his carries. But pretty much stock standard across the board outside of that.
I'm kind of actually interested in the tier start from Mel with Dark Harvest, like you said. It feels like a little contradictory almost to me, but I just haven't seen much Dark Harvest mid in a while.
You know,
so I know that they buffed it recently.
Yeah, I haven't seen it built on Mel, but I'm assuming this is going to be an Archangel's Rod of Ages build that we've seen so common on a lot of these mids, just because it gives them so much survivability, as we see both mid laners trading very early.
Yeah, she might even go the boots, the recall boots or whatever. Maybe not. I know that's been like the common thing I've seen at least here into early haste boots into Roa, but I don't know. Roa on Mel seems kind of interesting. As top lane just got an interesting trading pattern here too. Playing taking a lot of damage. They're gonna get pulled in as well. Gets the shield off there and bone plating back up, so he's not completely out of it.
Big Rev, flash Q.
Gets the Q, and that's first blood as well. And that's kind of the danger of tier start. You have less health and less damage for trade, so suddenly a jungle cheese can completely put you off.
Yeah, and if you're not ready with that W, I mean, Mel, not really any time to react, right? She either has to flash the sun coming through the Syndra or the immediate side of a Mumu. There's just, I mean, nothing that the Mel could do. Did TP back, and gotta make sure Eyesight can't back for free as Lunar Paw. Wow, Lunar Paw playing a really aggressive here.
Aggressive freeze. I think Lunar Paw is just taking too much damage here. Rumble is here though to make it work. Barrier and flash used. But the turn onto Lunar Paw has to flash out. Barbarian will go down. BKs can't find the kill on Lunar Paw. Instead, finds Merc Masta in his face. Merc Masta still staying. I think the recall is a little warranted, but with BKs not leaving, I think Merc Masta is going to try to help get this lane stable.
Nope. Maybe he's gonna look for a turn gang through tribe, but I'm pretty sure junglers just want to play for scuttle crabs. That's what I've been told, and so he's gonna go move on to that bottom scuttle. Yeah, so early kills coming for both of these teams. The difference, though, Lord JK still has that flash summoner spell, while BKs and CP use all 4 sums on that bottom side. So we're gonna have to track and see if
it's probably a big deal because I think Amumu's here as well. They might be setting up the dive here. Passive for Camille is on cooldown. She does have ignite.
The dive's so early.
Was it reaction or? That couldn't have been reaction.
I think he was just trying to get the wave, but it worked out for him.
I think he just was the luckiest cancel recall walk away possible. I mean, I guess you could, really good walk away because I don't think Amumu was on vision. So there you go.
There you go. Lord JK getting that shove into the mid lane. Dragon gonna be up on the board here in 5 seconds, and with Merc Master on the bottom side, I imagine that's what BBP is gonna try to play for. However, while they have the mid lane push, they don't have that bot lane push, and Big Rev might have an easier in to a developing fight, so we'll have to see if these teams are willing to fight over that neutral objective.
And both junglers are down here. However, despite the Lord JK getting ganked, he didn't use flash, and the opposing mid laner didn't actually get the kill, so he's able to keep priority here without even risking, as long as he flashes this time. He's not that afraid of getting reganked. Amumu is in the area, though, as Rumble is looking at Dragon.
Rumble's looking at Drag, Mumu's looking at mid, and so the Lord JK might have to burn that flash. Instead, is playing
but you
safe.
take flash for Dragon.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, for sure.
I think it's on. And it doesn't even come to that, as Amumu is still looking to force this gank. But it's just
Eyesight
not
land
finding
is
it.
done. Nope.
And the reflect is just used well, then Lord JK doesn't even have to flash this time, and Mumu's gonna go for the handshake trade of grubs. But Rumble gets to walk from base towards it, so I'm not sure that it's going to be as easy as trading objectives whenever Dragon was just taken while Mumu was looking for a gank mid. However, Barbarian is up here.
Yep, Zillion already mid. And with Mumu already starting those grubs, Mumu has a extremely fast grubs take with that early faded ashes. So my guess is just going to be a trade for neutrals. Like we were talking about, BBP doesn't have a lot of engage tools outside of Peel and Marialis, and with the wave state being what it is topside, unless the Brahm's willing to flash in and make a crazy play, it should just be 3 glubs, and it is for Rivals.
Yeah, you can't come in and fight after the objective with a Braum easily whenever there's no other CC
Big Z.
available, as Big Z is taking a lot of damage. Now, this was expected because you're 1v2, but, you know, with Braum being so far away, I don't know how Big Z really gets to play in this lane, and I guess he doesn't. So
Yeah, I don't know if that was a
right now.
I don't know if that was a back that was stopped. It looked like CB might have been able to sock Big Z's back, and could have been a little bit annoying there. But regardless, Rivals will probably take that. While the kill went to Big C, as we expected, Caitlyn off to a little bit of a CS lead here early.
That was a blind Q. And Lunar Paw will take some damage, but she's going to be okay. She's not getting experience for these minions, I think. It might be, like, just on the edge of experience.
Taking a lot of damage here.
And now she's just taking so much damage. With Barbarian already level 5 with Zillion passive, that's obviously going to be Zillion ult much sooner. Oh, that damage is pretty good, too. Caitlyn has ult, but Braum obviously has E, so it'll be okay for now.
Yeah, and I was curious to see, you know, how this top lane would kind of develop as I spoke a fight into existence, it seems. But so far, it's just been pinging waves back and forth. So not a lot of crazy action there. However, every time we look top, it seems like PLM is so extremely low.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you just are able to dodge a Mimikyu by Ultra Instinct, then you're not worried about getting low. As a Rumble ult is pretty good here. Zillion does not have ult yet, so he will go down. TP is committed from Syndra, but they're just going to walk away because TP takes way too long nowadays.
Yeah.
And that means Mel gets to the tower.
TP takes about approximately 3 to 4 business days for your package to arrive, and so easy walk away for BBP. The damage was done as Zillion goes down. This time around, only the heal was used as CB wasn't unable to flash, and so we'll have that summoner spell up for the next fight that might happen. But despite Lunar Paw just, you know, being so low this whole time, it's actually BBP's bottom lane getting the better of the two with some help from friends.
Well, friends are here on the other side because Big Red is looking for a lane gank, and I think this might work if Lunar Paw gets a little greedy. She does not have ultimate yet. It might be 3v3.
The Rumble's down here. Yeah, it's gonna come into a 3v3. Lunar Paw.
Forward, gets stunned. She's definitely just dead. Right, the E shield. Oh, maybe we'll find the damage. Here comes another 3 to 5 business day teleport, but the damage is already done. Big Z has to take that and will go down. That's another kill. Now, that was 2 teleports committed over those 2 plays, but they get some kills for themselves on the side of Rivals, so, I mean, it's kind of worth it. We'll have to see what the damage is top lane.
I don't think it's worth it. DK didn't need a DP down there. So while he was getting the better of the 1v1, now PLM gets some free farm, a potential plate.
Oh, they're still fighting though. Flash forward from Death Knight. He wants some gold for his teleport. Mercmaster is in a lot of trouble here. There's not really help for him outside either. Lunar Paw is trying to find some CC, but there's not really any of it there. Oh, never mind. There it is. Death Knight, if he dies here, it's so bad for his tempo. If he doesn't, I think he'll be happy he stayed for that kill.
Yeah, but now PLM has gotten a solo plate up top lane, gonna find another wave as well. So Death Knight on that TP, gonna walk away with no kills and down a wave. So if his bot lane is able to carry, worth. But otherwise, like you said, I think it's kind of a tempo killer for the lane in a vacuum. We'll have to keep tabs on if PLM Realis just walks back to lane with an almost completed item and one-shots this Mord. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I just assumed that because the Death Realm was happening that Death Knight got the kill, but obviously it expired, and I guess Big Rev got it, so... Not
actually,
exactly
the Zillion.
Where you want your gold? Oh,
Zillion walked away with the kill, so yeah, not exactly where you want the gold. I will say Zillion does make good use of gold. It's been quoted by many a rider that Zillion is the most broken
awkward. Big
champ.
Rev does not have ultimate, but now there's no reflect. The damage is coming out right now. The Lord JK is just going to get bursted here. And Mercmaster kind of whiffs the ultimate. Zillion also roamed up. Now they do get all 3 grubs at least, but they're going to lose 2 people for this as Mercmaster will go down. And Syndra is the benefactor of this time. I did track who got the kills. I gets them both.
Eyesight got them both, and that's a good chunk of change into the pocket of Rivals mid lane. That's just a miscommunication, it seems, from BBP, right? Lord JK getting engaged on reflects preemptively, and when you do that, it's really easy for Amumu just to wait to line up his Q. From there, it was a chain CC into death, and then easy
really
cleanup
good
for
fight this.
Rivals.
I understand
Looks-
Big Rev is low here, but the Mumu ult is available. It was on cooldown last fight, so it's available here. Yeah, it looks like they're just poking around for vision, so... Lunar Paw will take some damage, but the dragon will go over to Rivals. And that means they're up the objectives, because they've got 3 grubs and... I guess it's just actually 3 grubs, 1 dragon, 3 grubs, 1 dragon, so...
Yep.
It's just the kills they have for feats.
Back-to-back trade of neutrals. However, Rivals is already up a good chunk of change in the team gold, and a lot of that is the
Amumu
CS.
finds the Lord JK. JK does not have flash, so I think it's just a kill. They might even gift it over. Reflex, so Big Rev does have to take it. Yet, I mean, the 3rd kill for Syndra is... it's the first 2 kills that really matter. I think it's okay that Amumu gets it there. Syndra will be happy with the assist.
Yeah, and a lot of that gold lead, like I was just about to say, is between this Amumu and this Caitlyn, right? The Amumu already 20 CS up, 3 kills. This Rumble not having the easiest of early games. A lot of that having to do with the fact that almost all of his lanes elected for easy scaling, right? Which is fine for the lane in a vacuum, but when you have a Rumble jungle that can really only farm and show up the fights, it makes his job a little bit harder. And so as a result, this Rumble is down quite a bit of gold here early as Pelum looks to go engage on Death Knight. Death Knight with that Q taken extremely low.
They're
Death
gonna
Knight might
commit
go
here.
down.
The ultimate from Camille, the ultimate from Mordekaiser. They're kind of stuck in each other's ults. Pelium will just get the kill, and that's the result of that TP earlier. I mean, I guess maybe Pelium outplays there regardless of the gold. Oh,
wow.
does not actually block a lot of the damage for the Lord JK, so he's just chunked here. No jungler's really in the area, so I think he'll be okay as long as he can dodge QE. But he doesn't really have an ability to play in this lane for a little bit.
Yeah, Eyesight doing a good job of zoning out the BBP mid laner. And honestly, doing a really good job of just holding his own in the mid lane. Eyesight not really a mid laner by trade, stepping up for Rivals in their hour of need. And so 2-0-1 on this Syndra. Going to be feeling good about his performance thus far. And Rivals as a whole right now up about 2,000 gold. Isaiah ulting to cancel the Caitlyn ult. That just put Caitlyn ult on like a 4-second cooldown. So a really big cooldown used by that Zai in response.
Well, they also have the Brahmi, so I don't think it's lethal, but it is a costly mistake for sure. Kind of like a instant reaction. I got art, I gotta press R immediately. Maybe wait a bit with Caitlyn. As William will go in again, up a level. Big Rev is here though.
Oh,
and that's gonna be a difference maker. There's also a teleport that'll take 3 to 5 business days. I think Pillium's just dead though.
Yeah, but with that teleport, if Eyesight stays top, that should be first tower. Instead, gonna run straight back to mid. Rivals, I you know, respect to Rivals for looking out for their brethren on the side lanes, but these TPs have left a lot to be desired.
They see a little health bar go down at all, they're TPing, and Lunar Paw has to use the E early, and that means Syndra does have the ability to maybe look for something with Flash, but there's no ult yet, so Lunar Paw will be able to walk away.
Amumu trying to find that tower kill, won't be able to do it.
Flash in, does not quite get the combo correctly, but will get the Lord JK's Flash, so not the worst trade. However, we'll get rooted without Flash now, and can't really ult into the W available. Mel ult will be Zillion ult counters, however. There's another TP, and this one looks like it's a better usage as Eyesight has nowhere to go. Lunar Paw will not fall, neither will the Lord JK. Merkmaster, not so lucky. Camille is able to get the root on the Mordekaiser though, and it's just a complete win for BBP. And, you know, they're kind of showing how to use TP in fights. As Zillion also gets rooted, he doesn't have any ultimate anymore. Doesn't look like there's lethal damage coming across after that. The Zion's in trouble here, because this tower's just gone.
Yeah, and that's feats of strength going to Rivals. So despite the mid lane hiccup, still in a pretty good spot in terms of the game state overall. And like you said, a great TP from Peel Morales to clean up the back of that fight as Big Rev.
Big Rev does not have ult, so I don't think he'd go in here unless he flash Qs and hopes that JK just doesn't respond with W.
Oh,
W is down now.
Yeah, Lord JK is just trying to shove the wave to get that reset out. We'll have to see what the lane allocations end up being with that bot lane tower down. Syndra already on her way down to that bot lane. And it looks like Mel are going to be slated to match. So all hunky-dory in terms of that. Pila
William needs
Mirialis.
to be careful because he's next to the next major objective, so it's clear that everyone's going to be looking up here. Big Ref does flash, go for it, has ultimate available, but the buffer from E from Pilium is well timed. Second Q comes out from Big Ref. If Mordekaiser can flash in, which he will do so, this Stealth Realm will be the death of Pilium, surely, unless he can dodge everything. Oh, there's a Zillion outside, by the way, as well. Pilium not respecting the next neutral objective, however. It does mean it will be a trade, so even though Pilium will go down and the tower will go down, the second dragon BPP will be claimed here, and I do feel like that helps their ability to scale.
Yeah, it'll help their ability to scale. Now, it comes with the caveat, and that is it is a Chemtake Drake, so the soul, not the most useful of the souls you could potentially get. However, dragon stacking is always a good recipe for success.
Does BKs get a little greedy here? I don't know
Looks
if he has
like
the tools to escape here. I guess again, we talked about this. It's just not easy for engaging. So you can walk at them all you want, trap them in their top jungle.
Oh,
but with Mordekaiser all pushed out. Big Rev actually finds Mercmaster. Doesn't have ultimate, so Mercmaster is a little safe here. But,
Didn't have ultimate.
Yeah,
I don't know if you watched the Roar BVP series last week, but Mercmaster, it seemed like at least twice a game would just walk to the enemy jungle and die. So I was a little bit worried.
I think he's dead here.
He is
there's
just
no W available. Ultimate will
Oh.
use, but the root plus walking away is just enough. Melt ult also used to make sure there's no additional chases. There's not really.
You know
any
what
threat
saved
other
her?
than that.
That Archangel is that shield coming
Yep.
through. So
Pretty quickly.
yeah, and a nice pickup for her with that burst damage. I mean, if you look at rival side, it's pretty much an all burst comp, right? I mean, sure they have sustained damage with the Caitlyn a little bit, but most of the damage is front loaded. So Archangel is going to be, depending on how the rest of this game goes, a pretty useful pickup. But yeah, I mean, we'll have to take a step back. We're 18.5 minutes in. As you see, Pila
never mind,
getting
sorry. I shouldn't have
aggressive.
heard with that. He's not.
No,
he's
you're
not
good.
all in there.
And so despite all the, the team fights, the skirmishes, and the wins, it's been neutrals traded. Ooh, BK's almost stunned up. Yeah.
That rooted BK's was dead. It took a lot to not flash there, in my opinion. I mean, actually, it probably was pretty obvious it wasn't gonna root. Just, it looked pretty scary.
Yeah. If I was BK's, I was a little clenched there.
For sure.
But Death Knight.
Oh, Pilium goes
Doesn't
aggressive,
have
and this
the
time I think
flash.
it does matter as the Rumble will be overlaid with the Camille
Ooh.
ult. However, Death Realm will prevent the damage. Teleport coming in, so once Pilium dies in this Death Realm, Mercmaster will have to just take the kill and walk away. There's still
Syndra found the
despite
stun.
Teleport top lane. Mercmaster still trying to fight. Syndra ult will find the kill, and Eyesight gets a kill with the teleport. So
It
first
only
time we've
took
really seen all these
It only
teleports
took
in
19.5 minutes, but we got a decent teleport from rivals, so
Mhm.
they're adapting as the game goes on. But yeah, I mean, taking a step back, looking at the the game state as a whole, rivals up about 4,000 gold.
They're
Actually,
seeking
gonna be
mid pretty hard
4,000
here.
gold.
I think it's gonna be
Ooh.
more, especially as Big Z is getting low enough that he can't really stay and defend this. So I think they get
Yeah.
a lot of damage. There will be a teleport committed to try to defend this, but that's a Mel without tempo as well. Looks like they respect it though and will back away.
Yeah. And so despite all these skirmishes and these fights, these CPs, and a whole bunch of action happening, it's been rivals that have steadily increased their
dead?
lead. Wow.
I
That's
didn't expect that, so I don't blame CB for not ulting or healing. But man, that feels awkward with those cooldowns up. And
Yeah.
that's Mel Medarda. That's the
Yeah,
champion, I guess.
I mean that's a mill that also has Dark Harvest, right? And so the
Mm-hmm.
lower you go, it's kind of a matter of when, not if. So the Lord JK does find that execution, and
I also like that he has Seraph's Embrace on, or Archangels rather, on 348 out of 360. There is a
Yeah.
fight top lane as well, and this is pretty hard commitment. Again, the Rumble, this time waiting until Mordekaiser doesn't have ultimate. It's only up now, but he will die first. So they make that play back, they run it back, and they do get the benefit of it this time.
yeah, cooldown's used for a nice pick there on the top side. I believe those ultimates should be up before the next dragon. However, if they're not, it's pretty big cooldowns for what might amount to a meaningless pick unless Pila Mirialis is able to get this top wave. CB and BK is tasked to
Big Z
defend
wants
the
to connect
mid.
for this tower.
Big Z forced
He
to
will get
ult.
firsted, and this time the Lord JK's shield goes off early. It's not an activated, it just happens when it happens, so
Yeah.
that'll be a long cooldown, and Central ult is still available.
Yeah, so for the play that BBP made, Rival's gonna find tempo on the bottom side of this map. They're staking their claim over the enemy jungle as we speak, clearing out vision, gonna put some down of their own. And for a team that has a lack of engage, this is a pretty scary proposition trying to play for this Drake, right? You're walking in
I just don't
blind.
think they do. I just don't think they do. Because, like, yes, it is the Otacon down there as well, but it's Voracious. And Voracious is one of those that, you know, you can
Big
kind of
Rev.
outscale. But it looks like they are going to look to get vision here.
Yeah.
And again, if they don't face check directly into the enemy team, they do have the tools to get out potentially with the CC.
Yeah, plenty of poke
counter gauge,
if both teams are just staring at each other across the way. Pila Marialis is already in this bot lane, and I don't believe they were spotted. Just kidding.
Big Rev though. Big Rev has a pretty good centered position. Will ultimate 3 people. That's a lot of death. That's the burst comp in action. Zillion also protects him. BK's is just completely hitting for free.
Wow.
As Camille will also go down. Mel ult trying to desperately get anything, but it won't be happening. Zaya will get one at least. Still has the ability to get out. Oh my gosh, the collector damage will find that as well, and it will be just Big Red falling, and BBP will be right.
Consider that that Zaya collected. I'm gonna call out Big Rev here. He made an amazing play. We were talking about, can he ult the Zaya? Can he ult the Mel? He said, what if I just ult all 3 and the, you know, the jungler goes down immediately? That's gonna make an easy dragon take. And like we said, I mean, it's gonna be very hard for BBP to just walk into Rivals. This time they got a little bit caught out.
Walking into Death Knight. Death Knight
Yeah.
ults the support of Lunar Paw. Lunar Paw able to block out the damage though. And once this Death Realm ends, the CC is going to be available, I believe. Flash in from Death Knight, flash out from Lunar Paw. Will use the W to protect herself. And she does get away with it. And I have to say, you know, it's almost a 1-for-1, but Death Knight probably didn't have to commit that hard.
Almost doesn't count unless it's horseshoes and hand grenades. That's what my grandpa
I mean,
always
even if
said.
he gets the kill, it's probably a little sus anyways, right?
Yeah, I mean,
support, bro.
Death Knight used the ultimate, used the flash as well. Didn't come up with the kill. Has been caught out a couple of times, and that's kind of been the one sore spot for this rival squad. But outside of that, you know, they've been able to maintain this lead. They've been able to find fights when it matters.
Oh, that's a stun. I think it's just dead.
Yep.
And that should be the signal. I mean, Omim is literally on the wrong side of the map. But I think you can still walk down and just start Otacon, because even if it is such a long ways away, no, it's good for Siege, so.
Oh, they're walking to the red side.
Looking for Big Z. Will have to use the ultimate, and now there's a second Q coming, has the ultimate as well. Rom can't protect that. She's just dead. And with Zaya down, they might even looking at the setup for Baron, which spawns in 30 seconds.
Oh.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was just me. It looks like it's not. And
Producer, are you paused as well?
whenever this happens, it's usually not a good sign. Sometimes it's just a pause. Looks like we're all synced on the pause at least. But
Interesting.
Take a moment. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna fix that 1 second.
While we have this brief pause in action, I don't know if it's a pause in game or if it's a client bug. We're gonna throw it, I think, back to us so we could talk a little bit about what we've seen so far, and hopefully get right back into the action.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
well, interesting spot to be in, right?
yeah, interesting spot. We're making do with what we have. I'm wondering if we need to leave the game and rejoin, maybe. I don't know.
Ideally not, but we'll let other people figure that out for now.
But yeah, I mean, let's just talk about the game as a whole. Right now, as it sits, Rivals is about 4,000 gold up, two towers to BBP's 2. Now, unless you have somebody from Rivals added, I don't know if we're gonna be able to rejoin.
I believe that our producer has, so we should be able to continue this. Yeah, so we'll get this game right back on track in a second. But yeah, like you said, the game state is interesting. I do feel like Rivals is obviously ahead. Sorry, I don't know, my mind kind of blanked there for a second, but it does feel like there's a potential for BBP to get back into it if they can weather a lot of objectives.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Seems difficult though.
Mr. Producer, are you in the game? Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like we're getting that back for you guys. It's just obviously gonna take a second to set it all up after restarting and stuff, but I can confirm that we're back in it. It does look like we missed a little bit. I'm not sure if the stream is seeing this, but we also just saw a pick. Okay, yeah.
Otacon has been started.
No, that's the Baron that has been started actually, because Mark Mazda got caught trying to contest Vision.
We are not in the same place. What's the timer for you guys?
Right now it's 26, 23,
Oh,
24.
okay, well.
Yeah. You can see it in the Discord for
apologies.
Behind the scenes doc. That's fine. And the Baron just goes down, by the way, as you were talking, as Mercmaster wasn't available either, so.
Yeah,
what is that about BBP potentially getting back into this game? I don't know. It seems a little harder now.
Mercmaster has a nasty habit of getting caught, and unfortunately it does lead to an easy Baron. We did miss some gameplay, but nevertheless, we do march on. So Rivals here with the Baron.
CB's kind of caught here, though. And the Zillion ult's not really going to protect you in this kind of situation. It's not a voracious Otacon, you know? You do just kind of resurrect in the same exact spot.
Oh,
okay,
that's
an interesting flash. I mean, obviously he didn't know that someone was on the other side of the wall, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but I wonder if he's like trying to get tempo for Death Knight, or if there's some other call that makes that flash what he wanted to do.
Oh, well, they have Baron, right? And they have a pushing top and mid, so
wait,
Zillion going
Otacon
down.
start?
Yeah, Otacon has been started. This is
Zaya's
where...
on the wrong side of the map, though. Caitlyn's pushing mid. It looks like a split call from everyone right now. Eyesight is going to look for damage. Mordekaiser will teleport in. Caitlyn's still sieging mid. Big Rev is going to get a big ult here. I can feel it. The flash in from Eyesight, the stun. Big Rev doesn't need the big ult potentially. He's actually just going for the Otacon. Will get the 3-man ult, but Eyesight can't follow up right now. He's dying to the Otacon. Now Big Rev will get the steal, but at what cost? Because surely he can't make this 1v4 happen.
Look at the base! Look at the base! TPs are coming through! BK is pushing! Big Z already taken low!
Yeah, and BK does have GA as well. Big Zero is able to use ultimate to find it, though. A lot just happened. They're also going to secure so... I mean, CP Bavaria can do so much damage here. Lunapal can protect if she can E correctly. But how can she protect against something she can't see? The stun comes out on Mark Vesta. It's not enough yet. And now Pilium is full health and coming.
Healing TP'd. Okay. So TP to secure the dragon. That puts BBP at slow point. The Otacon was stolen by Big Rev, which honestly ended up being a pretty big thing, right? It takes the withdraw option from BBP.
It prevents some gold. It prevents some gold from going over because Caitlyn didn't die, and neither did the Mumu technically.
Well, it's just it's a big takeaway. A big takeaway from BBP being able to come back into this game, right? They're the ones that started the Otacon. Unfortunately, didn't get it off of that split call.
Caught here?
Oh, Lord JK
I think
might
the stun
be.
just comes out every time. Reflect used early, and now you just can't react. But the second Q misses from CB. So the Lord JK will be able to walk out. Absolutely. Very good micro from the Lord JK to make it a little difficult. Pilium does not get the stun on Death Knight. That's also a G-Date up. Mordekaiser will flash, though, to try to protect this tower.
Oh, now the Lord JK is going to
look top lane because that is a 1v4. Yeah, okay, this time you're not getting out this time. Meanwhile, bot lane, Death Knight probably will go down to GA.
He has the GA, though, so...
Protecting him. Yeah, it's interesting that he used flash because... I wonder if the flash cooldown's even worth it there, because
probably not.
I mean, obviously you died anyways, I guess, but it's also just a withdrawal that you're protecting. The siege top is still going on here though because Mel is gone and Camille does not have teleport and still sieging. Caitlyn, one of the best siegers in the game, of course, and I think there's still Baron. A Mumu ult will find so much. Lunar Paw trying to find a desperation ultimate will not be enough because Flash is out of turret range to save himself at least, and I think they're going to end the game off this.
Pelim's bot, but he's getting chased by Death Knight, and I think that's just it. What a weird way.
Right.
I mean, honestly, this game 1 has just been weird from the start to the finish.
Right, because Mel's spawning here definitely can't get the wave clear. I mean, the champions alone are just ending the game. So that will be potentially game 1. Okay, a little bit of a bait there for this last second, but yes, it will be game 1 secured for Rivals. And I'm sorry, I have to admit, like, going from 0 of that pause to 100 of Baron into Voracious Otacon into Dragon was a bit much.
Yeah. I mean, that game 1
we
had a
got
little bit of
there.
everything.
The game's over.
Caitlyn with the solo base race, while Otacon was happening, the Otacon getting stolen, Merc getting caught before Baron. But at the end of the day, I think what ended up being BPP's downfall is the fact that the macro setup, the macro synergy, whatever you want to call it, the rotations just weren't there, and Rivals was able to get a lot for relatively little. Like if you look, across the damage numbers outside of Zaya, Mel was doing crazy damage, Camille was doing crazy damage, Rumble, despite being 8 deaths in, was doing plenty of damage. But I think for me, the MVP, at least for game 1, was Big Rev. How many times did we see Big Rev step up? Steal the Otacon, big ult before Dragon, big ult to end the game. That Amumu, we thought was going to have trouble navigating this comp from BBP. Big Rev said, no, I know what I'm doing. And he definitely let us know it.
That being said, I think BBP do have signs of life in that game.
Yep.
Not only the chaotic moments that we came back to after the big pause, but also securing so many dragons before that, not just in trades, but also with macro. And also finding kills onto the top laner. It does feel like, yes, you can't draft 3 losing lanes potentially, maybe less scaling, but you change one of those lanes into doing a little bit better. Obviously, Pillium wasn't losing; it was just like not winning until you TP'd the Mordekaiser down bot lane for fun. And I think if you just have a little bit more early game with that Rumble, as you said, that game looks very different.
Yeah, potentially. I want to harken ourselves back to draft. Pili Marias has been one of the best top laners of LXC. Lord JK has had his moments in the mid lane. Big Z60 was a name that we hadn't seen until playoffs started, as he was one of those players that was asked to fill in and make sure that this team could continue to compete. And Big Z60 was kind of target banned in that game 1 draft. I failed to mention that Varus and Sivir were taken off the board. And on that, Zaya looked, I mean, probably the best word to describe it was very uncomfortable, right? Ulting when he probably shouldn't have been ulting, not being able to get the most effective damage, getting poked out by, admittedly, a really hard comp to play into, right? The Caitlyn and the Zillion. But just didn't have the lasting impact that he probably wishes he would have on that game 1. But I think you're right. I think both of these teams, not only were they showing signs of life, they're also both probably kicking themselves for a lot of mistakes that happened on both sides. Death Knight getting caught pretty much on repeat, Merc Master getting caught before the Baron, CV getting caught before that Otacon. Like, it was not the cleanest of games from either of these sides.
Yeah, but that's what game 4 is for, Actually, I guess game 5 gets even more into that if we get there. But game 1 and game 5 I feel like are the most chaotic games of a best of 5 in a lot of ways. But now we're into game 2, and it looks like they are going to select for BBP red side once again. And I respect it. I think that the Amumu B1 is very powerful, but the counter picks could potentially be shifted so red side makes sense for BBP. And I don't think Amumu is a power pick either on blue side, which is usually the benefit of being blue side. I think it's just safe.
I mean, it's a
and
safe
it might not
pick.
be available yet.
It's one of, it was one of the champions that Big Rev has found the most success on here in Sentinel. So I wouldn't consider it a surprise that it got through, as, it's not highest of priority picks right now. I think coming away from that draft, like while we mentioned all the disengage that BPP had, it came down to those micro mistakes, right? Not being at the right place or not being able to hit the buttons correctly, and Amumu just got to pop off for free. I would like to see if the Rumble is picked once again, at least 2 winning lanes that it could probably play around and try to make plays, right? Maybe an easier team fight or an easier setup around objectives for BBP to play, because I mean, they looked a little bit lost without a playmaking tool. There wasn't any engage, and it looked like the battle lines, the mechanics were just so hard to read for
I'm
them.
excited to bring you guys back to draft law, by the way. So we've got a nice setup that we've been using for draft. Everyone can see all the bans and picks, luckily. And it looks like that Amumu's gone immediately.
Yep, Amumu taken off the board. The Varus and Nocturne banned away by Rivals once again. Syndra going to be banned away as well. So lots of response bans from what Rivals was able to show in game one. Same 3 for Rivals though. Sivir is taken away, and finally that Jarvan.
I kind of find it. I don't think I'm going to see Zaya again with the Caitlyn pick being available. So, wondering what BVP are going to take bot lane if they're going to blind pick it once again. But also, what is B1 going to be for Rivals?
Well, if you've been watching Rivals drafts, it is probably Maokai. But we'll have to see. It's been a Mumu Maokai show for that team, as we await it, and it does come through.
there it is. However,
Yeah, I mean,
Maokai a little bit harder to burst engage with. And so it is kind of interesting the differences between Amumu and Maokai, and if BBP can pick up on that and counter it a little bit more effectively here.
yeah, the Braum will probably get a lot more value if BBP decides to go it again. However, the Maokai, while doesn't have that same burst potential, it does have a lot easier of setups around these objectives with the sapling slow, with that ultimate through choke points. As Sejuani is going to be the pickup by BBP in response.
I do like the Sejuani adaptation. It felt like the Rumble was just not able to find the ganks, and I mean, until the ultimate was available, obviously it's kind of hard. And then even once the ultimate was available, it was just a little difficult without the CC backing it up easily. But Sejuani just brings that.
Yeah.
And I guess you can base Sejuani support, but okay, so we are gonna see Zaya as well.
Okay, Zaya picked once again, and like you said, that Caitlyn's still on the table. A kind of an interesting choice. I wonder if this is just a matter of comfort over actual, priority for BBP, as both the Varus and Sivir have been banned once again. We'll have to see if Rivals wants to run it back. I will say pretty easy trap setups with that Maokai route. You just go forward, you W, put a trap over the noggin, and that's all she wrote. So we'll have to see if that's what Rivals ultimately ends up doing, and they do. I mean, outside of the Mumu tried it out for the Maokai, I'm liking what Rivals has been able to put up in terms of objective priority, right? You get to the objective first, you set up your saplings, you make sure Caitlyn has an easy time poking. So we'll have to see how the rest of both of these comps round out.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna blind pick mid here again. It does look like that's the angle they're gonna go with Orianna, which was banned last game.
Yeah, it was.
I can't imagine we're going to see a Mel again for BBP, but I do think they're going to pick their mid lane here.
Now, with the Sejuani, you always have to wonder if it's going to be double melees in the solo lanes for easy E setup for that said.
Comp is kind of tough.
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know if that's the play here, especially as Zaya, but it will be at least one melee in a solo lane as Yone is locked in. Very fun matchup in the mid lane if that's where it's going. Works well with the Sejuani, but I just don't know if it's going to be able to get on the Caitlyn that easily. We'll see.
We will have to see indeed. So Yone locked in for BBP, and then the Zillion ban once again. So 3 of the 5 that Rivals ran with have been taken off the board by BBP after that game one. The Aurelian Soul going to be the response from Rivals. So they are thinking this is a Yone top.
So I wonder if the engage support is also going to be banned. Yeah, it will be the Tarek ban, which again is interesting because the Caitlyn is showing, and I feel like Tarek would kind of struggle into what's showing as well.
I feel like Rivals has to ban
Braum.
Braum.
The 2v2.
I think they have to ban Braum here, right? The Zillion taken off the board, the Tarek as well. If you want to play engage for easier access onto the back line, for Caitlyn to get set up, for Maokai to get set up, Braum has to be taken away, and it is. So it's going to be the Seraphine locked in. Seraphine Zaya bot lane. Interesting.
It is still technically a flex with the Yone, but I don't know. That does seem a little bit too much for my head. I don't think it's Yone top, Seraphine mid, but yeah, Zaya Seraphine also an interesting lane. Into the Caitlyn, it does bring some sustain at least, but it's completely different than the Braum for sure.
Okay, the Malphite. So the gauntlet has been thrown. Rivals is saying this is Yone top, and we're taking one of, if not the biggest counter into it with that Malphite locked in. I guess the other counter you could probably look for is that Renekton.
Still holds the ball very well.
Yeah.
As Maokai is pretty good at it, but you can see him coming a mile away. He's a tree at the end of the day. An unstoppable rock, however, with a ball on top of it, that's a lot harder to dodge.
Yeah, what moves faster, slow moving vine or a unstoppable rock? It's probably the rock. As
Yeah, no.
Swain is going to be locked in. So last time we saw Swain locked in by Rivals, it went in the bot lane. CB put on a masterclass performance. And when you see a Sejuani Yone, kind of a good pickup. Well, BBP is going to be forced with some tough decisions. Oh, is that Gwen mid? Or Gwen
So
top?
interesting. Wait, so Swain, I imagine they didn't pair it with the Caitlyn though last time.
I gotta think back in my memory
Well,
bank.
fair enough. My bad. But
it was either Caitlyn or
it doesn't seem
Tristana.
like-
I'm not sure.
Okay, because Caitlyn doesn't seem like the perfect fit with Swain support, but I guess Swain support is so off meta that it's hard to say what really goes well with it. As the Gwen is locked in, and we will have to tell you where these champions are going as we get into the game, because I mean, I don't think that's Gwen jungle, right? You're probably right that it's solo lane, not Sejuani support. Yeah, so I imagine there's like only a little bit of question between the solo lanes, no other flexes really, but still, we'll have to update you with what's going on between mid and top for BBP.
Yeah. And what's going to be interesting is how the lanes are matched coming out of the draft, right? This Malphite wants to be in Yone's lane. And so there is a potential that if Yone does go mid, Death Knight just walks down to the mid lane and says, we're making this comp work.
Are you really making Eyesight go top lane though? I mean, I doubt that he has much experience doing that in solo queue as Orianna. And there's a Sejuani and a Gwen there. Yes, you are countering the Yone, but the Orianna is already going to, I mean, I don't know. I'd be a little bit worried about sending Eyesight top lane against Sejuani Gwen.
Yeah, that is true. We'll have to see how Rivals ultimately tackles this problem that they're facing, because if the Gwen gets going into the Malphite, Gwen has been nerfed a little bit, but not to the point where I don't think this is not a scary proposition for Rivals to be facing down, right? If the Gwen gets going early, there's not a lot of tools for Rivals to keep a Gwen off of anybody, right? Even the Swain. With these 3 melees that have been locked by BBP, if Swain is able to get ahead while keeping those melee members of BBP even or behind, then it becomes a lot easier for Rivals to play if they get to objectives early. But if Gwen Yone get ahead, that's a scary thought.
Our producer has done some research for us. It is Gwen top lane, by the way, and Yone mid. There was a Swain Caitlyn game, and in that game, there were 10 kills to BK's Caitlyn, so I think they have some experience with it.
They probably do indeed. Now, I do like the Xayah pick up a little bit more here. I know it's into the Caitlyn. It's gonna not be fun to lane with. However, they do have the matching ranged support this time around, and Xayah gonna have to hover the R button whenever Malphite's even close on the screen, because it's either Xayah gets bursted or your 2 melees, and we'll have to see what Death Knight ultimately looks to make plays on. I don't know. I mean, looking at both these drafts, I think they're a lot easier to execute from both sides from what we saw in game 1. The team fights, the skirmishes are a lot easier to read for both of these sides. To me, it just comes down to the story of game 1 once again. If Rivals gets ahead early, if the Yone, if the Gwen aren't able to get going, then it becomes a lot harder for BBP to fight. And that was kind of the story of game 1, right? Where it was Rivals, slowly building up gold leads, and as the game went on, it just became easier and easier for them. So, will we see a rinse repeat? I don't know, Scarlett, who do you got?
Well, I will say for BBP's favor is that if you're looking at Orianna ball combo with Malphite, these are probably like 4 of the 5 worst champions to be against. It does feel like. I mean, Gwen, Sejuani, Xayah already just make it a little bit harder for that combo to work. However, with the lane dominance that was showing up for Rivals, that might just continue. Caitlyn Swain looks like a tough lane, but, if Caitlyn can keep that pressure on that was happening last time in the Caitlyn versus Zaya matchup, the lane scaling there is going to help teamfights so much. So I think I'm going to change my answer and say, even though it's similar comps and even though BBP has more of a chance, from what I saw from game one, I think Rivals is going to be able to pull this through again.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to bet against a team that just came off a victory, right? They have the momentum. They've quote unquote figured out how they want to attack the opposing team. The Yone Gwen leaves me a little bit nervous because those are two melee carries that if they get ahead, it really doesn't matter if they're melee or not. They're just going to be doing so much damage. They'll be sustaining through all your damage. So we will have to see. After a quick break, of course, we will be back on the Rift for Game 2, where ultimately someone will manage to pick up a victory.
I never see the lights out. They get me overdrive. Fancy on a fast car. This is how you make me feel. Don't stress me now. I got the overdose. I'm feeling it in my bones. And if you say that I'm lying to you, these habits are killing me. I wish I could fall asleep. The problem is you. Oh, I got the overdose.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Game 2 of Rivals versus BBP. And we've got a 5-stack right now. We talked about Eyesight going top lane. Well, it's not just him right now; it's everyone.
Yeah, and this is scout preparation. So Pelham got caught out in game 1 against Roar. And if CB is able to land the hook here, he doesn't have flash. And it looks like they're just going to be able to do that.
And they do get on top of him, and he just doesn't have flash, so they get to give it to whoever they want. It looks like they want to give it over to Malphite. It looks like, given what you're talking about, the tough matchup, because I never would give it to the Malphite generally, but you know what makes a tough matchup a lot easier is a bonus 300 gold. So
Yeah, it'll be
I guess
interesting
that's
to
one way to do
see.
it.
Oh, so he does pick up the boots. So between the boots and the Q slow, if Gwen ever looks to trade aggressively, Death Knight can just hit the point click and walk away. So, I would have been partial to giving it to the Orianna or the Caitlyn, but if you want to have your top laner happy in a counter matchup, I guess this is one way to do it. But that was a great preparation scout look from Rivals. They saw that same exact scenario happen against Roar in the semifinals, and they figured Pelham would probably make the same mistake twice. Ultimately did, and so an easy first blood for them.
As mid lane trades look fun. I mean, surely Pillium won't make the same mistake a third time, right? So it's definitely one you can only pull out once for the best of 5.
Yeah.
Trick out of the bag. Hopefully.
Yeah. If it can let you a 2-0 lead though, and put your opponent at a match point, that's a pretty good trade-off as Pelham does get aggressive, and there's that Q from Death Knight. Gonna have to track how well this Gwen goes.
Well, Death Knight is just able to walk out of these straight. He let the Q, or that was an auto attack, I guess. I don't know animations well enough, but still, Death Knight going for level 2. Pillium is going to trade pretty aggressively. There's a lot of minions hitting him as well, but the Q is stacked up right now. Death Knight just has to flash. Will still get hit by some of the Q, as Eyesight also getting jumped on by Yone right now. Trading back is kind of hard here because the extra E damage. So the lanes are looking a little tough right now for Rivals. Pillium is still just pressuring this Malphite who no longer has flash. Maokai is up here though.
Maokai is up here. Pelham does have the ghost and can go immune. So I imagine
that's
he
can 1v2 here actually, because Death Knight can't help. So Big Rev is just ganking up here to protect the tower and the Death Knight from preventing Death Knight from losing the wave, but it's not gonna do anything else other than get ghost.
Yeah, that is a big summoner spell down, so if the repeat gank does come through, should theoretically be easier to go.
Here, by the way, I didn't notice him walk up here.
Yeah, this is a pretty early dive if they're trying to go for it as Lord JK taking low. Eyesight, comfortable on this Orianna, showing why it was banned in game 1. But yeah, for all the pressure that the solo lanes have been under its rivals so far, that has that gold lead from that level 1 invade. Ooh, the E did hit. No follow-up trap though. Lunar Paw playing dangerously on the side of it.
On the route to Seraphine, it will be a trade. CB Barbarian will go down as well. Meanwhile, mid lane, Eyesight getting jumped on. Sejuani also available. This tower here is though, so Eyesight flashes under it and it's fine.
Yeah, didn't want to risk the opportunity to get stunned up by the Sejuani, so I think that's a nice preemptive flash. Now, that is an Orianna that doesn't have flash anymore for the next 5 minutes, so gonna have to change the way that she's been playing the lane. As originally she was just trying to choke out the Yone from that CS. Now gonna have to be a little bit more respectful of the opportunity to get engaged on.
So I did notice that these camps for Merc Master have been up for quite a while. I wasn't tracking the jungle pathing this game because top lane was so intense, but I'm wondering what the tempo is like because Maokai has recalled, gotten a book now. And Merc Master is, I guess, on second clear of bot side right now?
Yeah, hasn't touched his top 2 red side camps. As Big Rev lying in wait, potentially looking for a play. Gonna reset and clear those top side camps. And Big Rev trying to do his best to track the early aggression from the Sejuani. Because if he is there, and if it is a 2v2 or 3v3 outside of the top lane...
it looks like he's still going for it, actually.
Oh, yeah.
But they just walk away, so no big deal. And Big Rev is actually the double root comes in. Lunarpaw trying to get a root of her own, can't find it. The Big Z will find it though, so it looks like that will stop. And I swear Big Rev has been trying to recall near this bush for about 10 seconds. Finally it goes off, but it's kind of interesting that his tempo has been taken by that. Yet it does put Big Z under a lot of pressure, who did start Cole again, and yet has a CS deficit.
Yeah, and Rivals both in draft and in game here in game 2 has been attacking this bottom lane for BBP, and so far it's been really effective, right? The solo lanes of Rivals haven't been able to be punished because of the presence Big Rev has had on this bottom side of the map. As CB
Still pressuring pretty hard. The root comes in. BK's getting a Q, and that's going to be the feat of warfare and a kill.
Yeah, no flash for Lunapro. That's a pretty easy setup for CB to land.
This is a pretty big 3v3 setup as well. Eyesight getting caught out by the Sejuani.
Doesn't have flash.
Early will flash R as well. Stun will come up, and the Oriana will prevent his death at least. Merkmaster can't even get in either.
Big Rev needs to get
out.
out.
That mean Big Rev is in a little bit of trouble. Will just W through though to his own tower. Stun at a tower. Merkmaster will get that one, and that means surely they'll get grubs as well. The Merkmaster's a little low, but
they'll
Death
get
Knight
grubs.
can't really walk in.
It's a pretty big blunder that Merkmaster walks away with that kill though. You have a Gwen, you have a Yone, 2 champions that if they get gold can run away with the game.
They might be getting gold right here because the Lord JK is fighting Eyesight with no mana. Misses the last Q though. I don't know if that would have been lethal, but I guess we'll never know. Still though, the early aggression from the Lord JK does mean he's got CS parity in a matchup that might, make that a little difficult.
Yeah, honestly, for Eyesight to be able to walk away, it's unfortunate Big Rev went down. Big Rev thought the 2v2 might have been there, didn't know PLM was around the corner, so should have been no kills given at all. Instead, one goes BBP's way and brings the gold to almost even. Rivals, really the only significant gold lead they do have is in this bottom lane, and this bottom lane has been under fire.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just seeing the Caitlyn all over again. Collector is on its way to being done. Xayah has not been able to keep up in the pressure. However, at the very least, it's not with a Zillion. And the other lanes are going a little bit better because I feel like the Lord JK is doing a lot better than he did on the Mel last time.
Yeah, that's true. I think at this point in the game 1, the Mel was 0-3 or 0-2. So yeah, the solo lanes have gone a lot better for BBP at the expense of their bottom side.
I don't think that's possible. Yeah, it's just going to be an invade with the top lane pressure, which, is also an effective way to get gold off of winning lanes. It only goes to the jungler.
It goes to the jungler, which, like I said, I think Gwen and Yone need all the gold that they can get. However, it is the correct play with Dragon being taken by Rivals. That is a late first Dragon, so any potential Dragon sacking will go well past 20 minutes as we see the ultimate from Big Rev.
The bot side looks a lot harder, actually, or a lot more difficult to protect. Xayah, Big Rev is in a lot of trouble. We'll just fall. Meanwhile, Eyesight getting dove by TK or the Lord GK, and now JK is way back in lane because that's how Yone works. There's a Sejuani behind too, so Eyesight is not out of it yet.
Not out of it yet. Does have the flash back and available.
Oriana ult plus flash is pretty good tools for avoiding those. But not as good as Xayah ult, I guess, because I thought that was a dead bot lane with 3 people down there.
Yeah, when CB didn't get the follow-up route from the E, the play needs to be called off, right? We just saw why. Big Rev needs to play a little bit more patient here, trying to make some stuff happen. BBP has tightened the ship a little bit here for their early game, as opposed to what game 1 was like. The ultimate from Death Knight.
Death Knight's just going to get the solo kill. Maybe Gwen moment. Okay, Big Rev will have to come in and collect it, but counter matchup successfully nullified a little bit. BK's has to flash out. Swain ult used. Sejuani ult just zoning. BK's has to cleanse and walk forward. That's going to be to his death. Swain ult is trying to get at least a support. Will not be able to do so. They can maybe give this over. Yeah, Xayah will get 2 kills and a very excellent run from the Lord JK plus Merkmaster, making this bot lane a lot more tolerable. That's a 4-0 Xayah, by the way.
4-0 Xayah. And a lot better showing in this game 2 than in the previous game. Big Z60 with the ultimate with the flash, playing very aggressive into both BKs and CB. Eyesight on the run in the mid lane here. And yeah, the early game advantage that Rivals enjoyed in game 1, not present here in game 2, is 10 minutes in. It's about 1,000 gold lead for BBP. Now, do they have enough in the tank to take this gold lead and run away with the game? It remains to be seen. This isn't insurmountable by any means, but it's a lot better than what was going on in game 1.
Big Red is getting bolted on top of. I think he might be in a bit of trouble. Does dodge it with the W. Is in a similar situation where he's under tower, but there's no stun this time. So with a really well-timed W, is able to walk out of that one. But that is right before grub spawn.
Yeah, able to walk out. This could be potentially 6 grubs for a team that has Yone, Gwen, and a lethal 1-3-1. So, I mean, the trade-off is your jungler doesn't die, but this might become a problem here for Rivals in about 4 or 5 minutes.
It looks good now. Later, maybe not so much. As, yeah, for the first time in the series, BBP have the gold lead. They've got 6 grubs. And sure, you get their bot side jungle for Maokai. That's not very important almost. As Gwen is just going to get a gank as well to make sure this top... Oh, Big Z under tower. Cannot ultimate through that. Gets CC locked. Doesn't last all the way though. Xayah will die to Caitlyn at least.
Big
so
shutdown
they do make
too.
the 4-man dive happen.
Yeah, I mean, it needs to be communicated from BVP, but it should go without saying that if 4 members are on grubs and Rivals is nowhere to be seen, that's the only play that they can make, right? So they get the play off as Peel and Marielle
fights Death Knight right now. The percent damage from Gwen is too much, and this time there's no Maokai to bail him out. Will ult him under tower. The tower acts as the final damage this time. Meanwhile, Yone teleported bot lane and is chunked out, not able to find CB. He gives a little emote about how he's feeling. Meta going for the ultimate. It's just not enough though. So I think Death Knight will be fine.
Yeah, he didn't show on vision once he walked out of tower, so I think Merc thought he's already gone after that ult didn't hit. So Death Knight avoids death, finds a kill, and this Gwen is 0-3. We thought the name of the game coming to this game 2 was get the Yone behind. Instead, Gwen been multiple swings and misses for her to get the solo kills, the outplays. Now Gwen does still scale, right? Like this is a champion that they wanted to put a little bit more early power into her kit, but into the mid to late, it is a Gwen. So not the end of the world for BPP, but also not the start for Peel and Marielle that they would want in game 2. However, it's been more than made up for with how mid and bot lane have been going.
Yeah, the Pilium might be a bit of a weak spot this game, whereas last game was a bit of an inverse, but this 4-1 Xayah probably is going to pop off in a way that just wasn't possible before. And Eyesight constantly getting traded on by Yone. So.
Yeah, Yone looking for those quick, effective trades. Basically how to play that. Now the dragon is up and multiple members for both sides are here.
Pilium
However,
just does not stop. This does mean Malphite can't teleport in, despite having teleport advantage. No ultimate for Malphite either, so Pilium does find the right timing. Now, how will he back up afterwards? Orianna ult, however, finds Sejuani. Yone trying to come in. They do get the dragon for Rivals, trying to get the disengage. Eyesight just lives, though. The teleport in from Malphite. Big Z is going to die again. Now, it does mean Big Z is going to get tower top lane, and I believe that will be first tower.
It will be first tower for BBP. It should be a tower traded on the bottom side with a kill and dragon to boot. So not the worst of trades, but once again, these TPs, they just take so long to go across map.
I like how Pilium went that aggressive because it does stop Death Knight from being able to teleport in cleanly. However, they weren't able to capitalize on the 4v4 for BBP despite these solo lanes being, Yone and Xayah being so far ahead.
Yeah, and this gold lead only 700, 600 in favor of Rivals. So it's been a back and forth affair in this game too. You got to imagine the scaling goes the way of BBP with that Gwen, with that Yone, the Xayah, and the Seraphine as well. But this mid game is an opportunity for Rivals to shine, right? CB has effectively 2 items, with the support item being completed. The Caitlyn with the collector, I imagine a second item should be coming through within the next 2 minutes. And this is the time for Rivals to try to pull away with the game. If it goes any longer than 25-30 minutes, it might get a little bit dicey for them.
Yeah, I also feel like even more than last time, with the Caitlyn being a little bit more contained, as interesting fight there. I feel like the Lord JK could have just died if something went wrong there. But that is Yone for you. Nothing could go wrong. But with the Caitlyn being a little bit more contained, the MR stacking is a lot more viable here too. It would just be Sejuani, obviously, but it doesn't, no one's stopping someone else from picking up a Merc Treads or some other offensive but magic resist item.
Yep. Next objective will be that Rift Herald. Now, Scarlet, I want your opinion. Is Rift Herald a bait objective? Is it ever worth
It is right now, I
fighting
think,
over?
because
So, the reason why I bring
depends.
this up, I feel like when a team has 6 grubs, you have to try to secure it away from them, right? Otherwise, that is major siege power for said
well,
team.
there is going to be a fight. They do agree with you as Rivals is engaging. Master just flashing out though, and that's a lot of tools used. And I don't know that they're going to be able to secure it right now. Gwen also has teleport. Yone is on the side as well. This could be a really good flank play. Death Knight cannot join.
Yeah, Rivals
Yone-
have to back out. No Maokai ult, no ult on the Swain as well. Mercmaster uses the ult though. Yone
Okay,
whiffs!
these ults are just whiffing! That's 3 ults I think that whiff. There's one that finally hits. It only hits the support though. Barbarian doesn't mind being right here right now. Will go down. Zaya is low though, or sorry, that's Sejuani that's low. Pillium trying to chase a little bit, but I don't know, it's interesting. They can get the Herald here, I think, but they're not going to get as much for it as they would want. I feel like the cross map is pretty much there, and even the mid pressure might be there.
Death Knight
Lord JK.
pushing down the bot lane. Lord JK taking extremely low with that ult. Will have to back, so...
Big Ref looking for the steal as well. Will get rid of it though. I think it's just dead. Will try to get it. Will not get it though. And will fall. It's the worst of all worlds for Big Ref.
Yeah, and that's feats of strength with that Rift Herald pickup. I think that's why he was going for the steal. Wanted to deny that, extra little bit of gold value from feats of strength. It's been discussed far and wide. Feats of strength is not the end-all be-all. If you get it, it just means you're in a good state in the game. And the gold reflects that, right? About 500 in favor of BBP as Death Knight's back will be stopped, but this is a losing proposition for Lord JK, it seems.
I don't think Death Knight is willing to commit the ultimate. I was not sure where Sejuani is, and I respect that, so... Even though the Lord JK could probably get ulted on by Malphite, it's not going to be the case today.
All I know is somebody needs to go back and clip like the 4 ults that were whiffed in that choke on top side, because that was something to behold. As now, we might see it yet again with Dragon spawning here in 30 seconds time. This would be soul point for the Rivals squad. Obviously, BBP wants to make sure that that doesn't happen because an early Elder Dragon would be very advantageous for anybody who can get it, but especially Rivals.
But Pillium's just top lane with no teleport right now. As the dragon spawning, Seraphine also does have the flash to get out, but the CDs are just not there, and Gwen can't really join right now. Orianna can't either, I guess. Malphite can find 3 people though! The Yone is not enough. Yone will find 3 people of his own! The Lord JK finding a reverse ultimate and it says, actually, I kill your team. And now it's just 2 tanks against Seraphine, Zaya, and Sejuani. I cannot believe that Malphite ult wasn't good enough.
Yeah, the good old trap card from Yone. The ult hit, there was no follow-up, right? Eyesight with the ball on top side of the map, matching the Gwen. I feel like if the play was the Dragon, Sight probably needed to be there because there was no follow-up damage, and the CC looked cool. It was a 3-man ultimate, but it was ultimately a really easy, scoop and score for the Yone in that choke point.
Yeah, the Malphite ult is very funny because if there isn't follow-up, what happens is your team groups up trying to get the follow-up, and then Yone's like, oh. Look at me. Big Rev's going for the steal once again. This didn't work last time. It does work this time, though. And he flashes out, so he's chilling. And that's okay for them.
So Big Rev feeling confident with the smites that fights. Batting 500, which in baseball is extremely good. So that is soul point, like you said.
Rift Herald might not give them that much, or Rift Herald might have been able to prevent damage, but getting soul point gives them a win condition, which I think is a lot more consequential in a lot of ways. As I say, it will be jumped on by the Lord JK. Again,
GG.
there's a Swain behind, though.
Lord JK
I
is
say-
looking for the outplay.
Yeah, but the mini wave just isn't there, so...
There's 3 members of Rivals here. Lord JK might be in trouble.
He definitely is, but he's just saying I'm
Bring
not,
around the
you know,
Rosie.
it's true. Going to go on top of the Orianna. If Eyesight doesn't die here, though, he will die. Orianna will get the ultimate. They can give this over to the Caitlyn. And
That's an easy trap
nice
setup.
try.
Easy trap setup. You just put it where it's gonna snap back. That's about as easy as they come for Kaylin. So, yeah, good try by the Lord JK. Did force the Orianna ultimate out. However, does go down on the side lane. Rivals doesn't have a lot of tools to deal with these side lanes outside of just brute forcing a fight and looking for a pick. Because in the 1v1,
literally, their only tool is forcing soul, which they now have in their pocket in 3.5 minutes. But other than that, yeah, they're kind of in a lot of trouble until soul is on the table, essentially.
yeah. Now, about 2,000 gold separates these two teams. Rivals does have some items coming through. The second item for Kaylin should be built here shortly with that gold that was handed over by Leone. Merkmasta is mid. Doesn't have a lot of help here.
Yeah, Isaac's just able to push up top alone. Yon will have to answer now. But it really is going to be about this Otacon soon, surely. And Midwave is just going to have a bunch of people near it for quite a while, I guess, which makes sense with the CC available. Actually, Merkmasta looking at BKs, who does not have cleanse.
This might be over-aggression for BBP. If their solo laners aren't here, I don't know how much
But the
damage they
ultimates are
actually
still
do
coming
have.
in. To get a teleport out, Swain plus Maokai ult are a really good tool to prevent the fight from escalating. Now Seraphine, the Ludapal will go down. The Malphite ult onto the ult Lizaya. Big Z will flash out, might still be dead.
The root.
But the root is enough to save him for now. Yon and Gwen, like you said though, those side lanes, they're pesky, and they're just hitting inner towers now.
Yeah, and with that Rift Herald in mid, it's not like Rivals can get much of a mid push off of that back of that play. And so, while Rivals does pick up a kill, it's a lot of gold swung in the favor of BBP.
Yeah, I think Gwen does not get this. Oh, it's 6 item or 6 grub Gwen. Never mind. I mean,
Yeah,
Malphite
Gwen
doesn't have
definitely gets
ultimate,
this.
so Death Knight can poke. But Playham will just walk away at the end of the day, I believe. And doesn't even elect to do that. Wants the wave as well. BK is caught here. 2 people from opposite sides. That's a dead BKs. And I feel like, yes, the other side, whenever they got a kill, they weren't able to get anything. But for BBP, they have the guys on more. Death Knight also finds Pillium. There's no Malphite ult, though. So he will have to walk away. And I think that's just going to be Otacon.
No follow-up damage. Should be a free Otacon. Yeah, so, I mean, with Soul Point looming large in about 1 minute and 20, BBP doing a nice job of putting themselves in a position to potentially fight and ultimately take that objective, as they have accrued quite a good gold lead here, 23.5 minutes in. And if you're Rivals, you got to make sure you're playing from the sides in. By that I mean, we just saw it, right? If they play from the mid out, they're never going to be able to have the correct response in that 1-3-1. Instead, they're going to have to look for picks on sides while maintaining some semblance of wave control. Because if they don't, I mean, they're just going to get split to death.
That being said, there is a high pressure situation happening every 5 minutes now with the soul spawning. And it's up in 40 seconds. So Big Rev, all eyes are going to be on him if he can get the smite or if Rivals can get the team fight. They've got position here. There's no vision. You can see the vision is pretty deep in the enemy jungle for BBP, but they don't have vision in the pit at all. They're going to have to face check into Maokai, Swain, Orianna.
Yeah, let's see if Rivals can maintain the wave
Rivals just
push.
Have checkmate here for Soul?
Yeah, but look at Yone. He's got 2 waves crashing on the top side, so unless they get this soul extremely quick or cleanly, it could be tons of damage done to their.
But Yona's gonna teleport because he thinks Inhib is not worth soul. It might not matter though, they're just damaging the dragon. Maokai ult also using the zone. Gwen isn't gonna be able to steal it. Seraphine ult trying to do what it can, but they do get the soul. And BBP get the team fight. BK will die to the E. And now Pillium also going to go down. Yon is full health, finds the knockup. Orianna running.
The portal combat on the top side. CB's so big here.
Fun. Yeah, Big Z. I mean, the Swain ult is going to do a
CB's
lot of
so
work.
big.
Also, Eyesight trying to find something will lose his support to Yon, but at the end of the day, it's a pretty even trade kills wise, and one team just got a soul.
One team just got a soul, but the other team has an almost 4,000 gold lead, and Elder is going to be the next dragon on the board. So while soul is taken, it might just be a layup for them to get that Elder Dragon. And if Yona and Gwen get Elder Dragon, I mean, we're looking at a game 3 that the series will be all tied up at that point.
For sure.
We will have
but Cloud Soul, one thing that helps answer side lane pressure is just Cloud Soul, because you can always just have a numbers advantage basically at any point, right? Like, yeah, Yon can 1v1 anyone, but if Caitlyn runs at him with a Maokai and a Swain, it's a little bit different.
Vision coming up on this Baron side. And like you said, the initial setup by Rivals was nice. The fact that the fight got so scattered was ultimately what did them in. Well, Big Z's just taken to about 2/3 HP with the auto Q from the Caitlyn.
I mean, Caitlyn can just always contest mid wave, right? Not only she got the range advantage, she can also just run away from anything with this console. I mean, yes, the side lane pressure is a lot for BBP, but the fact that Big Rev was able to get the smite steal, and the fact that BBP gave up dragon position before the last one might come back. As William is chasing, will not find it though. Cloud Soul doing some work.
Nice slow from CB from the mid lane as well. Death Knight gonna be able to clear this wave.
Oh, flash in. Now Big Z will use the ultimate. It's a lower cooldown than Flash, yet there's no ultimate available now, but he just gets to walk away from the Maokai ult. And Yon and Gwen are just side lane right now with no answer currently. Malphite can only answer one and not really even answer one effectively. Recalls aren't coming out very effectively either. BK is trying to kite the wave as Orianna they're going to fight the fight actually! CB ults in multiple people. Orianna ult finds a lot. Big Z is running for his life, has no ultimate. Will get the root though, and Big Rev probably can't kill him alone with red buff ticking. Maybe does get the shutdown. Yon was not answered effectively though, and that means that the inhibitor will probably go down. Death Knight also looking to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, used ult already, so he's gonna back off. So that's an inhibitor down for Rivals. They won the fight in mid lane. I just think that these fights, they're not in advantageous times for Rivals to take them, right? They're coming when their side lanes are under duress, where waves have been built up. They gotta do better with the side wave control, because while it feels nice that they're, killing champions and making things happen, their base is just slowly eroding as that happens.
I think it was an intentional effort by Merkmaster to basically force them to make that trade as interesting spot for the Lord JK. Like I said before, you can win 1v1s all you want. Whenever there's 3 champions on your screen, the Lord JK surely will go down. Has no ultimate.
Oh, the slow.
And will get chased down. Yeah, they should be able to get over. Actually, Big Rev has to take it because he was a little low. Merkmaster also.
Look at Gwen. Gwen's on the run. Gwen's here. I don't think they know.
Something, but I don't know if this works, right? Because there's just so many people around that Gwen can't really assassinate anyone.
It's
However,
pretty easy
the
to kill
Baron's
people.
being started.
Yeah,
it's a lot easier to kill them whenever they reduce their magic resist voluntarily. Seraphine and Zaya also on the way. Now there's no vision in the pit. There's a little bit with the ward. It gets canceled by the pink ward though. Gwen on the really good flank. Eyesight looking for Big Z. Baron's just going down though. Seraphine only finds 2. Cleanse comes out. It's going to be a smite fight. It will be Big Rev winning that. However, what team will we have left for the Baron buff to be on? Because I believe everyone but Eyesight will go down.
Orianna has to back up, but this might
they're
be
teleporting for the end of the game. Yeah, now it will be Orianna with Baron buff. And that is a pretty good defender of a base.
25 seconds until the support comes up, and that was a 4 for nothing. While Rivals did get Baron, I'm calling it right now. Game 2 is going BBP.
I mean, it might just be going over right now as Swain is 10 seconds away. These Nexus towers are falling quickly. Orianna only finds Gwen. That's not going to be a kill. Eyesight getting traded on by Yon as the Nexus goes down, and we're going to have a 1-1 series as BBP do tie it up.
Yeah, and the very nice adaptation between games 1 and game 2 draft. The Xayah ult a lot easier to manage with the slow moving Maokai ult, right? With Malphite that was never really a threat to her because Malphite was on side lane duty. It was just he couldn't match both side lanes. Rivals needed to do a better job of controlling that potential 1-3-1. They couldn't. They looked for fights. They tried to make stuff happen, but it ultimately was to no avail as there just wasn't a proper response from the comp that was offered, right? Who's gonna match Yone, 28 minutes in? Who's gonna match Gwen 28 minutes in? The answer was pretty much nobody, right? And that
Well,
was
nobody or
an easy.
everybody.
Yeah,
And
that
when
was
it's
an easy
everybody, they get the
victory.
kill. When it's
Mhm.
everybody, they get the kill. When it's nobody, they lose the game. And that's just how it goes.
Yeah, so we are going to go into game 3 all tied up. It is a best of 5, folks. So strap in. We might be going the distance depending on how these two teams continue to go at it. Adjustments
I
from
would be
rivals are gonna have to come out. I'm wondering what side they're gonna take, but perhaps they start looking at some solo lane pressure in draft.
I am excited to see how the draft evolves over this 5 game series. You already saw a lot of ban adjustments for BBP. Now we have to question whether not only the ban adjustments have to come out for rivals, but also the pick adjustments. The Caitlyn pick in Desire didn't work out this time, although it did okay until certain other factors came into the lane. And blind picking the Malphite Oriana combo just didn't really materialize anything. I felt like there was no Oriana combo at any point in that game, partially because BBP was able to pick such strong solo lane matchups.
Yeah, and I mean it was a high risk, high reward play to lock in the Malphite into what they thought was Yone top. It ultimately wasn't Yone top, and I just feel like so far in both of these drafts, picks 4 through 5 have kind of been advantageous to BBP, right? So some adjustment for rivals is gonna have to occur. I liked what BBP was able to do between games. Now rivals is gonna have to respond. But yeah, like you said, as the games continue, as the series continues, we'll have to see what the priorities end up being. That Gwen was put down early, didn't matter, right? That Yone was nullified a little bit early, didn't matter. The bot lane got out to a pretty nice lead because rivals misplayed, right? That the ill-advised dive when Xayah had ult, a couple of other things that went awry, and so it was sloppy for start to finish for rivals. They're gonna have to clean it up. But BBP, a nice bounce back after that game 1 loss, come out with game 2 win, tie everything up. We're into a best of 3 now.
I do feel like I've got some interesting news because I feel like this never happens, but Rivals is taking blue side. So both teams have disagreement about which side is better. And, we are 1-1 with the same side. So we might see this whole series with this blue side versus red side of Rivals versus BBP.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Rivals definitely prefers blue side over red, just in terms of how they like to draft, how they like to approach things. But PvP likes to leave those flexes on the table. That R5 Gwen doing wonders.
Surely worked last time.
Yeah, and it's just gonna be if it remains just a back and forth. How do these teams adjust? How do these teams respond? We'll have to see some sort of variation come out from rivals as they, I liked the first four champs that were picked. However, I mean the 1-3-1 was played beautifully by BBP. They didn't get baited into TPing to help their team. Instead, they said, "Stay alive and we'll do damage on the side lanes." That's exactly what happened. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know where you go from rivals here. Maybe you start to throw some bans towards the mid lane for the first rotation, right? It's been a common thing for them to pick mid on R3. Maybe you stop blinding both solo laners. Well, there's plenty of things that they can do. It's just up to them to try to do it.
Yeah, it's interesting that both games they did blind both solo laners and really, BBP weren't able to capitalize the first time, although you could argue the Camille did pretty well in game 1.
Mhm.
But that jungle shift to Sejuani, I feel like was so strong for BBP. It wasn't necessarily a loud change, but the fights that the Sejuani was able to find, plus the early game pressure that it was able to bring, it did feel like Mert Master had a lot much easier time on the Sejuani than the Rumble.
Yeah, and if you're BBP, I know it's been a favorite of theirs to play that Rumble jungle. It just has been met with mixed success. I feel like when they do win with that pick, it's not because of the Rumble jungle, and when they lose, it is because of the Rumble jungle just not doing well. So perhaps that goes on the back burner the rest of the series, and instead you see stuff like the Sejuani, like some more meta champs. We'll have to see how BBP continues to evolve over the course of the series. But so far, that's been a common theme. They've stopped picking Rumble in both the quarterfinals, or sorry, the semifinals matchup and this matchup, and it's been met with immediate success.
Well, we'll see if it gets repeated back here. Definitely a lot of options. I think the teams are almost ready for a draft. We've got the nice overlay back, hopefully, unless it breaks, but seems like it's good so far. And I expect that the bans will be a little bit different for rifles this time. Actually, I don't know, maybe you're right that they changed their pick order, but I'm not sure that they're going to change their bans from Forest, Nocturne, Sivir.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty clear that they want to target this bottom lane of BBP. I think they can afford to potentially let the Sivir through, perhaps, because that is just another scaling lane, right? And as long as they can play early game, which it seems like that's what they want to do, the Sivir shouldn't matter too much. Instead, maybe throw a Ben mid's way, or who knows. But we should see some adaptations come through, whether it is bans or pick order, as we wait both of these teams to ready
Might
up.
have set some poor expectations, and actually we're not going to be in draft for a little bit because we'll see. But yeah, again, blue side pick from rivals, so they're fine with the side. They just want to run back game 1 and less of game 2. And again, I think you're right that it comes down more to pick order than denying picks. They probably will not get this in Mumu again for the rest of the best of 5. However, the Maokai did fine. And if they can get their laners back on board, I do think they're going to have a favorable outcome for themselves.
Yep, we will have to see as the ready checks have come through, so we should be getting in a draft shortly. I'm curious to see if BBP continues to ban Jarvan away. Perhaps they should focus there. That would be the only thing that they could potentially change up. I think the Syndra Mumu takeaways, like you said, were really good. And then for rivals, I mean, it's back to the drawing board after a pretty convincing game 1. That game 2 was less than stellar, as we do see the Varus banned away
I think we're going to get the
again.
same 6 bans as game 2. I could be
Maybe.
wrong. There's definitely room for maneuvering. That's just a vibe I get, I guess.
Yeah, the problem with blue side is if you feel like those 3 champions are must bans and you can't pick them or prio them on B1, blue side might lose its value, right? However, we do see a variation. The Sejuani going to be banned away from Merkmaster.
Which I respect, because I think the Sejuani, again, was a very good adaptation. However, I do feel like there's a lot of junglers that fill that role. But it does mean that you're not going to see 2 melee soul lanes, most likely, I guess. I mean, I guess if it worked even without you could just do it with, like, some kind of Skarner or some other CC jungler, even if you don't have the incentive of picking melee. We'll see if rivals run back the Maokai blind, as you said last time it was pretty consistent.
Okay. So they're hovering
I'm not
tops.
talking yet. Okay, so we're gonna make Death Knight blind pick again, but this time for the first time as the first champion locked in.
Yeah, the Mordekaiser had a pretty nice time in that lane, game 1. Now the question is, with Mordekaiser picked, does BBP have an adequate response, right? Because if they have a pick that they really enjoy playing in a Mordekaiser, stuff like I've seen Aatrox, I've seen Jax, Gwen could potentially be on the table. Instead, it's going to be that Sivir that has been banned away the previous 2 games, locked in by BBP. And Big Z wants to get the hands on the champion that I figure that was a comfort ban. So this is going to be a comfort pick, which blind, you know, lane is hit or miss with Sivir depending on the matchups, but once she gets like 4
that is
items,
not a
it's crazy.
Sejuani analog. It is kind of similar, but it doesn't have the gank potential. Shyvana will be locked in. Now, it could be, I think it's jungle, because that's pretty consistent, but it's just such an interesting jungle pick after the first 2 games. I'm not sure if it follows that Shyvana would be the pick here, but maybe Merc Masta has a lot more experience with Shyvana to be able to turn what, you know, is a similar pick to Rumble in a way, but maybe make it work out a little bit better.
Okay. So the
We're gonna
gauntlet was
see Vayne
thrown.
Swain.
Yeah, Vayne is a champion that BK's loves to play and has piloted it to great success in Sentinel. And it's a pretty known Sivir counter, right? If Sivir gets picked early, if the Vayne's on the table, you can always take it. Now the question is, will the follow-up from BBP make Vayne's day not very happy? The lane might go well, or you know, she might be able to carve out individual leads. We see once again the Orianna picked on B3.
Now, can BBP pick Yone here, or does that kind of mess with their comp a little bit too much?
Yeah, I mean, it really just depends on where this Shyvana is going, right? It's been a long time since we've seen Shyvana top. So I'm assuming that is jungle, and if it is jungle, has the option of building either AP, AD, or tank, and Yone was locked. So I wonder if Shyvana might look for that AP, you know, ultimate burst route. We will have to see as Zillion banned away by BBP.
I wonder if they're just gonna ban Zillion and Swain just to make the bot lane a little bit more. At least make them play a different champion once again.
Yeah, and I like how BBP, it's been a consistent theme for them, right? They're gonna pick their support on 4. They're gonna ban away 2 champions that might make that support not very fun to play. As rivals, maybe that's the adaptation that they are showing. They're taking the Sivir Milio off the board, perhaps a Sivir Lulu here. That's kind of the most other common pairing that you see. Sivir with tanks, not, you know, horrible, but you like to see her get buffed up, be able to navigate the fights a little bit easier. As instead, it's going to be that Gwen banned away.
It does feel like Lulu would be pretty good here. But for rivals, I'm not sure how they're going to facilitate the bot lane with their jungle pick.
Yeah, the risk with picking Lulu here is you might end up not taking a tank. Instead, it's going to be Seraphine locked in by BBP. So now
that's not a tank either. But
it's
yeah,
it's not a tank either. However, it is a little bit easier to follow up and engage from Yone or Shyvana. They kind of net the champions up together. Seraphine comes across with the ultimate. So I like it a little bit better for, you know, the team fight, the skirmish, not necessarily for the lane. However, Sivir Seraphine should pair fine into whatever rivals decides to pick here. Okay, so it's gonna be the Braum. So Braum gonna sacrifice laning advantage over making Seraphine kind of nullified if the shield does connect on that ultimate.
Absolutely, but where does rivals take their jungle pick? Because I feel like this could dictate a lot.
Well, they got 7 seconds, and I'm pretty sure it's not going to be Evelyn. I'm pretty sure it's the Mordekaiser. That Mordekaiser flexed into the jungle potentially, or we see a River Shen come out.
I mean, both are about equally as viable, I feel like. Shen, I think, got a nerf in jungle just because it was, like, fringe playable, and then something happened top lane or whatever, and he just isn't really as, you know... I don't want to say as good, because he wasn't necessarily good, he just was playable before. But if it makes sense whenever you've got the Vayne and the Orianna, so...
Okay. So the Poppy pick coming through, it makes me believe that BBB thinks this is Shen top. And it's kind of a wash in top, right? Shen can't ever engage in the Poppy. The flip side is, I don't think Poppy ever really has kill threat into the Shen. You know, as levels and items come through. It'll kind of be that wet noodle fight that we sometimes see on the top side. So now the onus is on both the mid and bottom laners of Rivals and BBP respectively. Two tanks locked on the top side means the damage has to come from somewhere. Now, Rivals does have that Shen ultimate to buff up a carry, whether that's Vayne or Orianna or even Mordekaiser. While Poppy gonna have to look for some creative angles, either through TPs or being on objectives to utilize that ultimate. Because as far as side laning go, I'm not gonna. I don't think we'll see it outside of maybe the Yone.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated with exactly where all these lanes are going, because again, we're pretty sure it's Poppy versus Shen top, but there could be some spiciness on either side. More likely the Mordekaiser Shen side, I guess. I mean,
Yeah, I feel like it just has to be Poppy, right? If it's Shyvana top, I don't think she gets any value with the Shen able to, you know, kind of nullify that Q potentially. And then Yone, while it should in theory get better as the game goes on, gonna be pretty rough for Yone to lane into Shen early. So I'm expecting it to be Poppy Shen.
I mean, Death Knight does pick first, to be clear.
Yeah.
So if Mordekaiser gets locked in, we could see a shift, but again, it most likely is going to be that Mordekaiser jungle, because I don't see Shen jungle happening right now, but we're about to find out real quick for you guys.
If it
Death
is
Knight is
more
gonna lock in
Shyvana
something.
jungle, did you have that penciled in on your game 3 bingo card?
No, absolutely
Shyvana
not.
in the jungle. This feels like very early seasons of League. if it is Mord Shiv, some champions that
Shen will be locked in for Death Knight, and
Okay.
I think that it's gonna be Poppy for BBP. Let's give it a second. They're thinking about it. Okay, yeah, it will be Poppy locked in. Yeah, it's Mordekaiser versus Shyvana in the jungle. And yeah, I didn't have it penciled in for like possible the split at all. But also it feels like the weirdest series for Mordekaiser jungle versus Shyvana jungle to come out after the first 2 games. Did not feel like the direction these drafts were going at all.
Well, I can't speak for Murgmaster and BBP, but Mordekaiser jungle for Rivals I think has been locked 3 times and they've won all 3. So we'll have to see if the streak continues for them. You know, both of these junglers, the name of the game is clearing early, right? Shyvana wants it at level 6, regardless of the form she takes, whether it's gonna be that AP burst or that bruiser build we're used to seeing. And for Mordekaiser, I mean, that's his strength. That's where it lies, right? And looking at the lanes, there's not a lot of setup for him to really make ganks happen. You know, it could be Seraphine or Sivir getting overextended, getting caught up by Braum. It could be Poppy doesn't have the W up, so Shen can look for an engage, but it's very conditional setup on the sides, and then in the mid, Orianna Ball on Mordekaiser, sure, like if Mord just happens to run somebody down, it makes sense in theory. You get the Orianna to ult, then you ult whoever your target is, and kind of chain those, but not the best setups in all 3 of the lanes for Rivals. So Mord's just gonna look to get ahead, get aggressive, and hopefully his lanes can follow him into the opponent jungle.
After the gank heavy games we saw in game 1 and game 2, which went opposite sides, it's really wild to me that we're seeing these junglers, but seeing these junglers we will do after a quick break, and then we'll be into the 3rd game.
There's my home, there's my woe. See, it's the flower, mine is lost. Beyond space, beyond time, give me fire, clear my mind. Tale of love, so divine. You are human, just like now. I can see in the dark.
All right, everyone, welcome to Game 3 of the finals of Sentinel, Rivals versus Bunny, Brawler, Paws. And it's funny because I usually have to think, like, which team is on which side, but so far it's just been Rivals on blue side, or BBP on red side. And it does look like Pilium is in a different location.
Yeah. William
So,
wisened
yeah.
up. I gotta get that aggressive positioning to see any potential invades. Now CB has found himself a nice little nook in the vision, so we'll have to see if anything comes of it.
Well, right now what comes of it is damage onto Shyvana, but it doesn't really do anything other than give Orianna 50 mana and like make the Shyvana recall. Oh, it does get a ward in Raptor Pit, which feels nice. Death Knight and Pilium do fight each other. Pilium is happy to know it's not a 5v1 this time though, so the trades will be going back and forth.
Aw, Jack, kind of funny. Workmaster says
What?
that was rude. As he has to back. Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't think this favors Death Knight until the W is available to kind of nullify some of the damage from Pelum in terms of the auto. But we'll see. I'm curious to see this matchup. It's been a while since we've seen Shen Poppy in the top side. Now this will be AP Shyvana, as Dark Harvest was the rune of choice for Mercmaster. And it makes sense, right? Because if there was no AP Shyvana, there really is no AP damage outside of the Yone.
These trades are crazy top lane, by the way.
Auto. Yeah. And they're definitely in the
think
favor of Pelum. Okay.
Right? Pelum is just trading pretty aggressively. Bone Plating gonna protect him from the follow-up. And I think there's gonna be a flash very soon.
Yes, whoever gets level 2 is gonna look to go aggressive. Pelum ticked over. Yeah, DK's dead.
It's the E cancel on the taunt. Death Knight has to flash. Pelum also gonna flash. And we'll get first blood. I like how I knew that flash was coming. Everyone knew that flash was coming.
Yeah.
And it kind of leaves top lane in an awkward spot because Shen is not one of those champions that can really handle this kind of pressure. You know,
Pelum's bread and butter too, getting counter matchups and then baiting the enemy laner into fighting him. The least amount of success we've
but he does get taunted right now. That is a very low health Poppy who cannot pick up his buckle, so it will be right back to 1-for-1.
Just when I was tooting his horn, he decides to make me look foolish. But what I was gonna say is really the only time we've seen Pelum struggle is into Feathers, the Roar top laner. Feathers known kind of as Mr. Fundamentals. He won't take losing trades. He won't get baited and looking for 1v1s. As Death Knight walks into the Q damage of Pelum Merialis, and Death Knight just keeps losing out on these 1v1 trades. Has to be careful with that E available.
Except for one exception where he didn't lose on the trade. But yes, for the most part, whenever they start at full health bars, Death Knight quickly gets into the much lower health bars for sure. And junglers are cross map right now. Big Rev gonna look for a gank, but with the flash in, actually, the Lord JK also going in on eyesight. Not gonna find too much, and bot lane only Lunapaw has to flash away from the flash for Big Rev.
Flash for flash in the bot lane. Now that does mean, depending on the wave state, Lunapaw might be susceptible to a repeat gank. But I feel like if you're Big Rev, you should just focus on farming up, making sure that you're not falling behind the Shyvana, who's kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah, he held that crab for so long. It was just clear camps, not the crab, go to bot gank, and now he's even holding mid for Orianna. So Big Rev's tempo is incredibly behind the Shyvana. He's already back on the map.
Oh, the exhaust and the condemn into the wall.
That's a stun gonna come down, but BK's is just too low, I think. Even though Sivir doesn't have mana, the auto attacks will be enough. Meanwhile, Pelium getting another solo kill. And right now the score is 2-1, and it's 2 kills for Pelium and 1 kill for Death Knight, because top lane's all that really turned to death right now.
Yeah, and if you're not used to playing against the Poppy top, it's a pretty impressive matchup depending on, what's being locked in. And it looks like Death Knight's really uncomfortable in the trading patterns and the like, as we see Mercmaster bot lane, but the wave was shoved, so Rival's going to be able to get on out of there.
Well, I don't think that was the goal, right? I think Mercmaster was like, I'm going to pretend to gank bot lane, see if I can get a free thing, but really what I want to gank is this dragon pit, because I'm Shyvana, and,
Ooh,
the Lord JK is I know that Orianna is low on mana. It still has mana for a Q
Flash
though.
Q auto would probably kill him, but Eyesight doesn't want to go for it with no.
And ult is now available for the Lord JK. Mordekaiser's behind though, has no flash. The Lord JK doesn't have Q3! Will get hit by Q of Mordekaiser, gets knocked in, but Mercmaster can come from the Dragon Pit and protect his mid laner.
CB in the mid lane here. Oh, trading a
CB
really aggressive.
getting a
Lord
passive
JK.
off. Passive is really good. Flash away from the Yone ult means that Yone is only finding Rom, but that's enough. That will be feats of strength, or feats of warfare. Sorry, I forgot the name.
Oh.
As Mercmaster face checks into Big Rev, but Big Rev only has the dot item. That's not really enough, I think. As Mercmaster will die to it, as I say that. The Lord JK jumps on Eyesight. Doesn't have any cooldowns though, so Eyesight will be able to walk out with that kill.
Yeah, and I feel like that would have been a winning position for Rivals. If Sight just said, hey, let me back and get mana, let me get level 6, get out of my lane, I need experience. Oh, Pelium going to be taking a lot of minion aggro here.
Okay, that is... Pelium has played aggressive all series. That was very aggressive.
Yep. Death Knight does get the wow. The wave shoved, and the back has the ultimate available for potential fight
Grub's prep as
around
well.
Grubs. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Pilium has the ability to do this, right? Has a tier for one of the main gold spent items and then Buckler. But not much health, not much mana. And is still walking down though. Yona walking up as well. Big Rev got one grub. Is still going to commit for this. Gets the other one, not level 6 yet though. And it looks like it doesn't matter if your Poppy is low because no one else can come here. Shen did not ult because it was too quick to happen and Orianna just couldn't come.
Yeah, and ever since probably midway through game 2, Rivals has kind of been playing on their back foot. Not really clear and concise in what they're trying to do.
Doesn't have flash, but it looks like she'll be okay. So I'll let you continue your thought for sure.
No, you're good. It just seems like while one person for Rivals wants to do one thing, two people want to do the other, or while everyone wants to do one thing, somebody's just caught out of position. Mercmaster has the ultimate, but the smite goes Rev's way.
At least Rev still has the smites, right? That was the one thing keeping him in game 2. Gets that blue buff. Still not level 6 though. I thought that blue buff would give it to him for sure since he got some of the grubs, but now Yone is roaming down here. But the wave's in, so I think the bot lane's just gonna back off and Yone will have to walk away.
Yep. Not gonna be a freeze for Big Z60 either here, so the wave state kind of favoring Rivals as Death Knight, despite losing in these trades, continues to trade aggressively.
Going a little bit better for him though. I mean, it's not like he's winning them, but he's not horribly losing them like he was, so Death Knight is gonna be okay for now. It's getting a little bit worse. The buckle walk on for a tower shot might have been a bit questionable, but I guess it evens out. I'm not really sure what the point of that is. Lord JK takes 2 tower shots for that though. The taunt comes in, can't get on the buckle now. Meanwhile, bot lane also fight. Meanwhile, mid lane, the Lord JK gets an ultimate off. Orianna also used ultimate. Looks like they'll just disperse as bot lane is going to be a flash in from Shyvana. DK's gets exhausted. Shen ult used, but Poppy is available! We'll be diving on a tower for it. Pilium says, you better think, B team. But they don't get a kill off of it, so is it really material?
Yeah, I mean, the Shen ult,
maybe they
all
do,
you really
actually.
needed it for was the shield. Big Rev flashing forward.
Finds the ultimate on Sivir, who cannot spell shield it. Mercmaster trying to zone out, so that way at least that wall's within the death realm?
Yep.
Big Z just walks around.
No, he flashed. Big Z flashed. It was flash for flash at the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, it was curious that Pelium, I mean, I guess saved his team for potentially giving over even more kills. But the Shen ult, the shield happens immediately, right? And that was all that was needed for BKs. And so donating over a kill, probably didn't need to do so. Maybe he could have just looked for a long range ult for the displacement instead. Maybe a little bit of a panic there to make sure that the Shen couldn't get to that fight. But regardless,
it almost was going to be a game win situation where Death Knight teleports into a fight that is not needed. And then Pilium gets a lead, but Pilium said, no, here, have 300 gold, Death Knight. You don't need to leave lane right now.
Yeah, we'll have to kind of kind of track how these Shen ults are used. You know, at the end of the day, both these top laners, they are not the carries of their teams, right? Now it's nice that PLM has been able to find success in the 1v1, but it's gonna be up to the rest.
Finds the Lord JK. Orianna ult is available, will be used. Find Shyvana as well, canceling that damage, I believe. The Lord JK on Big Rev will have to E out, though. Seraphine uses heal as well to keep
Backside
him
of the fight, though, Braum and BKs are here.
Yeah, BK's just hitting for free right now, getting a stun as well. This Vayne is going off. Eyesight also gets a kill. Meanwhile, top lane, Pillium is just fighting over the Shen, or not even the Shen ult. Flash forward, gets the
deny
taunt.
the buckler. Okay, the Death Knight has figured out a formula for success. TP or ult in front of the Poppy's face, and she will donate you kills. Yeah, Death Knight was looking for another, 4 to 5 business day delivery TP. Instead, it was canceled, and it ended up meaning the Poppy goes down in the process. Interesting development here.
Potentially grubs too.
Yeah.
No one has ults really. Teleport use from Poppy.
Big Rev really low. Lunar Paw has ult though.
That's true. That's like the one ultimate on my screen right now. So we're also coming from bot lane all the way with ultimate as well. One grub will go over again. And
I think the play is just for one grub. Deny the voidlings. Make sure that you can't get split on like you did last game. Ooh, Pelum looking for the pick. Will find it. Yep.
And yeah, they will deny the grubs, but they do lose their jungler at the end of the day as well. They not able to get that much pressure either. Bot lane, but they get a CS lead, and you know what? That's kind of like pressure whenever it goes on a me.
Yeah, and you cannot ask for more tightly contested game 3. Gold dead even, kills dead even, neutral objectives dead even. So we might be in for a full 5-game banger. So you guys better buckle up, get ready, because both of these teams have come out swinging. It hasn't been the cleanest of series or games, but have been exciting nonetheless. And like you did say, Vayne stayed on bot side, got a wave or two, I think 2 waves of an advantage here.
Oh,
but CB
JK just having fun with them. That's the young thing. Top lane, this time is Death Knight engaging, not pseudo engaging with an ult or teleport, but just straight up fighting, getting a Heartsteel stack. And Pillium is just losing these trades now.
Ooh, the W is used preemptively, so now Death Knight has a lot of trading power. But on the bot side, Lunar Paw and Big Z have been able to punish the lack of support. CB spending a lot of time on that top side of the map. BK's has now arrived, so at the end of the day, it is only about 10, well, probably not even a 10 CS advantage, as Big Z was able to pick up that plate there. So gold should be about even between the two bottom laners.
Yeah, you can see Death Knight's even up a level because of these donated kills over in the tempo exchange from that.
Vayne with the first item completed for this bot lane pairing, picking up the Yuntal's, so not the Bork or the on-hit we typically see. And I wonder if this is some new Vayne tech, because we've seen Yuntal be taken a lot by the likes of Kaisa and some other AD carries.
Rivals are stacking up over here. Big Z not aware Mordekaiser was there, I think, or baiting very effectively, because there was a ward that spotted him, I think. Oh no, I think he walked through Krug Bush.
Not entirely
but
sure.
They will walk avoid it.
Ooh, I say fancy
nice
footwork.
sidestep.
Does take a little bit of health damage though. That's just Yone things. Now Death Knight has found a nice trading pattern where he could just, get grasp stacks, get Heartsteel stacks, not really be at risk of dying any longer.
I mean, he isn't half health somehow, which is surprising because, like you said, the trades are going better for him. Now has to taunt out. But junglers are not interested in that side of the map right now, so I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, Dragon here in about 1 minute and 20 seconds. And like you said earlier, Shyvana definitely wants those dragons. Gives her a little bit more sustainability, some beefiness. When you're going the full AP route, it's definitely needed, as this should be first tower falling.
Yeah, Pillium may have been gifting over a lot of kills for canceling teleports, but he's not gifting over first tower. Will take it for himself. And, you know, I don't think it's going to be the same side lane threat that Gwen was, but getting first tower is a pretty big deal. However, Pilliam is taking a kind of awkward trade here, pretty far away from his own tower. Looks like Death Knight not willing to go through that wave for it, though.
Yeah, that's a very, very big built-up wave. We're gonna have to make sure that he is CSing because he has found himself quickly down 20 CS in that top lane matchup. Speaking of CS differentials, look at the difference between Shyvana and Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser dying
Mordekaiser
3
right now.
times.
Yeah,
has
and
made it-
also, Big Rev went really hard for early ganks, I feel like, especially around the bot lane. I
Mhm.
said at that one time whenever you tried to recall for about 10 or 15 seconds. But Dragon is spawning now.
The 2-level
and
advantage
Mercmaster-
between Mercmaster and Big Rev. Eyesight on the run,
But McMaster's on the wrong side of the map, though. Has to ult into pit. Suddenly it's Vayne. Big Rev also flashing in, and Vayne with Shen ult is just so scary. McMaster may have a 2-level lead. He's dead. Big Z also down. Big Rev will fall as well, so it's not completely lost for BBP. But right now they don't have the pressure on this Vayne. Flash will not find the pressure. Orion ult is good enough. Poppy does find the pressure on BK finally, so they do get that shutdown. Yone is the only threat left, though, against these two tanks. Billiam, trying to do what he can, cannot protect the Yone. That'll be a shutdown, and I just don't think Poppy has the damage, though it's close. But with the CC, it's a triple kill for Shen, which I think is the first time I've ever said that phrase.
Yeah, I mean, it was a messy fight from both sides. It was a nice follow-up engage from the ult out from Mercmaster. However, Big Rev immediately ulting Mercmaster means BK's was left to hit some tanks. And on the backside of that fight, Peelam found a 2-man ultimate onto Death Knight and CB. So a lot of the engage and Peel was taken away. So at the end of the day, it was, I believe, a 5-for-2 or 3, sorry, in favor of Rivals. But Dragon Tempo is going to go BBP's way, which at the end of the day, that's all they were really trying to play for.
Right, an Infernal Dragon, not like Chemtech Soul of Game 1. Pretty important one. As Lord JK doing the Yone thing, although BK's got pretty chunk from it. Eyesight looking for some follow-up revenge. But right now, I mean, Vayne is a lot easier champion to dive for AD carry than a lot of them. In fact, they're just going to go straight for the objective with Vayne being so chunked.
Yep, Rift Herald is on the table. Now, with the Grubs being split, I don't think Rift Herald is the end-all be-all. I don't think you should be throwing the game over potential.
Well, right now, Big Rev is throwing his life because he has been found by Yone. Lunapal will get the final kill, but that was all Yone. BK's also, after being chunked, still gets the outplay, will get Mercmaster, and no one can chase him right now. Sivir's on the other side, though. We're not looking on that side because the Condemned went out. But Big Z does pick up that kill. And so not only do they get the Rift Herald, they're going to get a tower mid as well.
And a rough game from Big Rev. It just keeps getting worse. 1-5-2 on this Mordekaiser. Hasn't had the same success that he did in game 1. A lot of that has been because of some nice wards and jungle tracking from BBP. You look at the line of vision through mid lane on both sides of the map. They've been able to see where Big Rev is coming from a mile away. As such, it's really easy to set up a Mordekaiser that's walking into you, right? And so, you know, we'll have to see if Big Rev is able to turn it around. But so far, it's netted them a couple of key fights.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny that the triple kill did go over to Shen because all it's netted is more armor and MR, but Big Rev is just caught again. And Molly has the ability of CB to protect him.
Ooh,
Oh,
Condemned.
BK actually gets a really good stun. But Pilliam has a blast cone out. Shen ult also used on BK's. And Poppy ult used. I think it's going to completely defuse the fight. But that does mean they haven't actually picked up the Rift Herald yet for BBP. And I'm not sure they're going to be able to. Orionist ult is still available. Lord JK has found a fight that I'm not sure he wants. He does get a really good ultimate. But the answer back ultimates will be enough to give that over to BK's.
Yoda's down, the Rift Herald secured. Can Rivals force the fight on the way out?
They do find an ultimate on Big Z. Special only using on the E. Q damage will be a lot, but he dodges it. Will get stunned though.
BK's with the ultimate for the kill secure. The auto.
I mean, Vayne's allowed to do that, I think so.
Yeah.
we'll let it happen.
Yeah, So it will mean that while BBP was able to pick up that Rift Herald, they will lose their mid outer tower. Merc
And the
Master
Goldie
using
has
the
not
ultimate.
really shifted that much.
Merc
This is
Master
like
trying
a-
to poke on the way out, but I just don't know if the Shyvana jungle has the range. Won't. So Shiv's gonna be without ult for a good chunk here.
I just don't. I mean, I don't think Otacon Rush is gonna happen, so I
I
imagine
don't know
Shyvana's
if
gonna
it'll
farm
be-
anyways.
I don't know if it'll be Otacon Rush, but if they're tracking that use of ultimate, you know, if you can make plays while Shyvana's in, I guess, what do you call it, her human form, that's probably what you want to do as rivals, right? But Shyvana, of course, can get ultimate pretty much whenever she wants. So
True. As we do see the silent pressure, Philium will just have to walk away. No Orianna ball shenanigans here yet. BK's gets a little bit chunked, has to... for some reason I thought she was stealth for a second, but no. So we'll just walk away from that. But Dragon spawning in a minute, and Infernal Soul Point would be a very good prize for BBP, so I don't... Oh,
looking for the
yeah, I think
1v1s. Tight.
is in a lot of trouble here, because, yeah, Philium doesn't do that much damage. Orianna doesn't have that much health.
Oh,
Will use
the
the
turn.
Shen ult, though. That helps. And now there's CC coming as
Oh.
well. Doesn't quite hit the E, does hit the Orianna ult. Philium is going to realize he bit off more than he could chew. The flash away from the Poppy ult. But now
Cavalry
he's
has
getting stuck in the
arrived.
tower. And the enemy team is here. Lunar Paw trying to save with the CC Flash E to protect from the Seraphine ult. Isn't been used yet though, and now it can be used with impunity. Philium going in on eyesight. The healing is not quite enough.
Yeah,
So
and
it looks like they will get a pick right before Dragon Spawn.
they get the
and
pick,
Zone
and Shen's
Silent
able
will
to
be
match.
answered
Yeah.
with the teleport.
Oh. Nice
Actually,
taunt.
Yeah, that taunt made him take a tower shot. But now it's for kind of awkward like 3v3 on the Dragon Pit side. I guess Orianna's coming. But Philium does have teleport whenever he's up.
Yeah, the mid wave being shoved as well by BK's means that he'll have positioning to get into this fight.
And Vane's in an awkward spot,
Oh.
actually, but Big Rev finds the awkward spot, eating in multiple people who have to flash out. Shyvana ult also has to be used. Surely that will secure them. The Dragon, their only hope right now for a play
EP.
is the Lord JK, who takes 2 tower shots.
Or JK
Like,
take 2
that
tower
play's
shots,
over.
but Pelum is here. Doesn't have the ultimate, but is gonna put pressure on this dragon. Oh,
Okay, so Big
nice
Rev
shield.
might fight once again. The shield blocks that.
Oh.
Red team does steal it though. Orianna ult finds Luderpaw. Mercmaster surely is going to go down. Philium, yeah, you're dead too. As Sivir is running in the wrong direction. Yone also got solo killed top lane, so even though it is a soul point steal for Mercmaster, the entire map is in the possession of rivals right now.
And pings on Otacon. Rivals gonna be able to pick that up relatively uncontested. The Lord JK could look for an ambitious TP play. I don't think it'll come through. And with this being Voracious Otacon once again, I don't know who got the oh, it wasn't Voracious game 2, was it? It was the other one. So
it
with
was Gracious game 1, and then it's been Ruinous both game 2 and game 3.
Okay. With these blood petals coming through, though, it might be just enough for rivals to look to expand this gold lead.
They definitely get experience, which is pretty helpful for Orianna if she gets to 16 here. General, I don't know how it feels on level 3. It feels like the CD is basically the only thing that changes, and I guess with these two teams they do fight often, so maybe you could argue Death Knight's ult being level 3 will be a big deal, but I think it's more about Eyesight getting level 16.
At level 16 on Eyesight, and just, you know, a slow pull away from a very
Big Rev
highly contested.
might get caught here again.
Oh,
the cancel! I don't understand how that happened. Big Rev might not either. The taunt is coming in though, so maybe he's glad it did. Yone ult will find Shen, but Shen
Death Knight's
alone.
so tanky.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna die. That guy is an 8-kill Shen, which is pretty rare, I feel. So it's
Where
gonna
was
be a trade
the-
across.
Oh, Herald was dropped here, so it won't even crash.
Yeah, I think
Nope.
it was a timeout or something, because it feels like around that time of the game where Herald was gonna basically drop off wherever you were.
Another reason why Herald is bait.
Good Herald, everyone.
But yeah, I mean, looking at this game state here, 25 minutes in, Rivals about 2,000 gold up, just a shade under 2K. And they're doing a little bit of a better job of trying to clear out this vision. However, the vision game has been in favor of BBP pretty much the last 2 games, right? Which has led to some key picks happening. Now, this time around, Rivals has a Van that's well on her way to her 3rd item. Shen that can match pretty much anybody on the side lane now, as Lord JK is actually 2 levels down to this Shen.
I mean, yeah, Shen is just the strongest person on the map, plus the blood petals, because you can see Eyesight is also level 16. And the Lord Jake is actually higher level than Pillium, so blood petals plus the way these team fights have gone have just led to a huge experience advantage for everything except for jungle and bot lane.
Big Rev might be caught out here. The
I
E
don't
goes
think so,
wide.
Yon has to go back, so he should be okay. We'll take quite a bit of burst though, and then get condemned for fun at the end of it. The longest Yon E ever.
Yeah, but I mean, the next objective, Baron is already on the table. Dragon gonna be soon to follow. Death Knight has to be careful as 2 members of BBP are here. But we're...
He's got a Heartsteel and a Dead Man's Plate. He'll be a-okay. No, but
Oh wow, Big Rev waiting in the wings. In that brush, down on the bot side, no play happens. So everyone gonna be resetting here. Try to regain control of the map.
And I do think
particularly
the
around
lane
the Baron
answers
side.
for Rivals is just so much better. Yon cannot really all-in Shen. And if Poppy tries to all-in Orianna, you saw what happened last time. Shen just shows up, so... It does feel like we've stabilized the side lane so much more effectively than we did in the mid-game, and certainly better than we did in game 2, so...
Oh, yeah, Lord JK looking to get aggressive does take about
and
half
then
of HP.
unaggressive.
Yeah.
Because that's how Yon works. But Dragon is spawning soon, so I imagine these teams are going to be all in pretty soon.
Potential Infernal Soul for a team that has the poke Shyvana would be nice for them to pick up. Obviously, Rivals wants to prevent that from happening. Lord JK might get caught out here.
Yeah, and this time he doesn't have the E waiting, so will get taunted up. Does take some burst at least, but now that he's in this position, actually trying the ult, will get flashed out by Death Knight's flashes have been really on point this game. But that means that Yon can Q out, will E to buy time, and now he's coming back to kill you. Because Shyvana is here.
Well, BK's is here.
Shut down. BK's is in the face of a Shyvana, though. Will this actually work? It looks like yes. Now that Lunapaw is also caught, I believe that there's no chance of the slow going over for this dragon.
Yep, Poppy on her way to
was
the
able
top
to bait in
side.
pretty well.
This is Rivals Dragon secured. I don't know if the Orianna is going to be able to pick up that top tower. Perhaps if she overextends a little bit, we'll be able to do that. But Sivir needs to be careful here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's even an overextension because Shen ult is up in 20 seconds. I guess it is a long death timer. That is a high level Shen.
Yeah, pings on the Baron, and with Mercmaster down for the next 10 seconds, plenty of damage in Rivals comp. You know, Big Rev hasn't had the best game on the Mordekaiser, but it still eats away
I
these
don't even have an idea this is happening. Because if Poppy face checks, it's too late. They even...
Poppy
this
ult
is no
could
vision,
come
right?
through.
Shen will teleport. Poppy's gonna be like, hey, they could be on Baron. Oh! It's gone.
Yeah. So an uncontested Baron on the back of that play around Dragon. So Rivals fighting back has found, you know, a little bit of a gold lead. You know, both of these teams haven't been able to secure a gold lead above 2,000, which means this is still anybody's game. However, with this Baron buff, with Rivals pushing, you know, level 18 on their solo lanes, the onus is on them to...
as well.
Yeah, the onus is on them to make use of this Baron, knock down some towers, you know, carve out control over the map. And ultimately, what they hope to do is end this game 3 cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, BK's obviously isn't nearing level 18 is not what I meant, but he's a threat on his own, because these solo lanes being so strong, you try to all-in them, suddenly a Vayne comes up, and you have nothing left for her. And that will be the death of your team.
Yep, Shen back on the Yone side lane duty. We're not going to go match that Poppy like you were talking about. And now it's Rivals following the script of BBP in game 2 with the 1-3-1 here in game 3. Plenty
This
of wave
siege-
clear in the Sivir.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward. I feel like Baron Sieges are usually pretty good, but you've got the Vayne 80 carry, so it's already difficult, and then Sivir and Seraphine just mock your wave. So much so
Yeah.
that even the cannon will go down.
Not a lot of dive threat as well from the 3 members of Rivals, so might just be like a slowed bleed as they wait to get the waves matching. Pila Muriel is trading
Okay.
aggressively, but missed the E.
I do like the idea of Poppy can go aggressive on Orianna if Shin is not available, but I just don't think Yone can threaten Shin enough to make it so he can't ult.
Mark Masta is in Rivals blue side. I don't know. I don't think Rivals knows, so they're trying to play safe. Pings are coming out as if they're expecting a potential engage from the Shyvana, but instead it's gonna be on top side. Orianna gonna be unaware. Here it goes.
Right, and Death Knight might not be available, but
Nice flash.
yeah, that would be another nice flash this time from Eyesight, not Death Knight, but it looks like the Soul Lanes are able to get out, and that means mid inhib will go down once Shyvana is revealed on the map.
Ooh.
The siege finally works. Lunarpaw also going down, but
BK's
Texas
moved the Shen ult.
alive. Yeah, BK's with Shen ult is just impossible to kill. The Lord JK might look at the Vayne soon. Does actually get it, and then does not get Big Rev. I thought for sure he was going to get that one as well. Sivir's still alive, though, so I don't think this is game-ending material. There is
TP.
a lot of tank,
Sivir
not
goes
a lot
down.
of damage. They do get the kill, though, and that makes it a lot easier. Poppy available, trying to
The
find
E
something
didn't
that
hit
goes
Rev.
for champions, not the waves, and just isn't
Ultimate
able
was
to get
stopped.
the damage off. There's no ultimate either. Tower isn't going to protect you whenever Shen's the one diving you. Now it's Shyvana with an ultimate. There isn't much of a wave, though, but there
nice
isn't much of a Shyvana, and that's enough of a wave to end the game when there's no enemy champions. I don't think
Holy moly.
Seraphine's going to be able to do this. The
We'll see.
Q damage does come out, but get blocked by
Small
the
task.
Brahmi. And there's just no Seraphine ult, no damage available. The minions are kind of annoying, but they will blow up the Nexus, and Rivals will make the series 2-1.
Yeah, so Rivals gets the match point victory, one more win, and they will be Sentinel champions. It's gonna be up to BVP to respond again, and if Game 2 taught us anything, they should be able to do so. You know, when all is said and done, looking at those 2 drafts, while the Mordekaiser was put down and behind early, the Shyvana really didn't have any impact on the game either, right? 2-7-5 as opposed to the 4-5-9 from Big Rev. Plenty of damage between the Lord JK and Pila Murialis, but the comp was just so much easier to execute for Rivals. It seemed like once that dragon fight was secured and the Otacon on the back of it, they were able to run away with that victory. And yeah, I just, you know, it's been a back and forth affair, and I don't imagine that's going to change here in Game 4. Will Rivals be able to clean, or sorry, not clean, but finish off the series, or can BBP force silver scrapes?
Oh, here's the question. Will BVP pick red side once again? Because it would be interesting to see if they've changed their mind after that game and how game 1 went. And yeah, I don't know. I don't want to harp on draft alone, but these jungle picks, I kind of had criticism for them, and I'm not sure that they were answered effectively in the gameplay.
Yeah, the one saving grace for the Mordekaiser, right, was the fact that he was able to kind of melt these objectives with the Vayne, and so any team fight that was won by Rivals, it was easy objective cleanups on the back end of those plays, which is why you saw that Baron that was snuck and then the eventual end. What the series seems like it's coming down to is which team is able to make less mistakes and willingly give up you know, some objectives or some positioning when they aren't in an advantageous position of their own. A lot of what Rivals was able to capitalize in that Game 3 on was these extended fights in side lanes that allowed CB, that allowed, you know, the Mordekaiser Big Rev, that allowed BKs to ultimately look for some cleanup kills and some extended trades as well. So, you know, at this point in the series, I still think it's anybody's series to win. However, Rivals did secure that match point, so the pressure is all on BPP now here in Game 4.
So it looks like we will be the same sides as always. Nothing ever changes. However, I'm wondering what adaptations both teams are going to come up with. What did that game tell for them in the adaptations they made? Which worked, what didn't? I think the Sejuani ban was very, very effective for Rivals. And I think BBP are going to have to go to the drawing board for what jungler they want to pick whenever Sejuani's gone.
Yeah, with the same sides as well, we could just see Salty run back. BBP, of course, off the back of losses, have shown that they're willing to change up some bans. I just don't know what you would potentially target, right? If you take out the Cinder ban, that makes Yone a little bit scarier to play with that burst damage, with that ultimate available.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of awkward because at some point you run out of adaptations you can do in the bans, and it's got to come from the picks.
Yeah.
And the Yone pick has definitely shown some bright light for sure, especially since it feels like Rivals wants to keep on the Orianna. But this top lane volatile matchup has almost made or break BPP's potential to play in the late game.
And Rivals showed in game 3 that if PvP wants to blind pick the Sivir, they have to ban out the Vayne, right? Like, at the end of the day, the Vayne is just going to be so much more effective in that mid to late game than the Sivir could be. And that's with a Sivir that's facing a lane disadvantage by trying to lane into the Vayne. So, I mean, does the Vayne get banned in place of the Syndra or the Jarvan, perhaps? Perhaps they, 2-ban Big Rev and leave the Jarvan open. I don't know what BBP is going to do, but I'm sure that they'll change up something. If you're Rivals, while it wasn't the cleanest of games, it did get better towards the mid to late game. A lot of early mistakes were cleaned up. It helps when you're playing Shen. You can get really tanky and not have to worry about dying in these team fights because there's just not enough damage in BBP's kit. So we'll have to see what ultimately these teams will do as we wait the ready checks.
Yeah, they're mostly here. We're just waiting a last second for everything to go over. So players are just, it's game 4. Take a breather for a second, but I think we're gonna get a draft pretty soon. And yeah, those adaptations will come through. And I don't know, it's interesting because the top lane and the bot lane are so dynamic for these two teams. Obviously the mid lane as well has been impactful, but I saw your own Orianna 2 games in a row basically, I guess, and I feel like that's gonna be the rest of the series almost, it feels like.
Yeah, I will say the Yone wasn't nullified, so to speak, but it's a lot harder to play the Yone into a pick like Braum, which was a nice adaptation from Rivals. Kind of sacrificing the laning phase or the lane advantage they could have got with a counter pick in that bottom lane instead, giving it some time to scale up and be effective in the mid to late game, blocking a lot of the Yone damage or the Seraphine ult that we did see come through. So. Both of these teams have shown they're more than capable and willing to adapt to what the other team is offering. But we're getting to the point now where you can't ban everything and you can't pick away everything. So ultimately, what is it going to be? BBP is facing a little bit elimination, and so Rivals, I wouldn't call it wiggle room, but they do have a quote unquote game to spare. So for BBP, they gotta make something stick. They gotta throw any wild cards, any surprise picks that they've been working on onto the table. Because if you don't walk away with a win in this game, you end up coming in second place, and nobody likes being second place when a championship is on the table.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to see what they pick right now because the bans are flying through. It looks like game 3 bans on repeat. If I remember correctly. Yeah, exactly the same 6 bans, which was only 1 away from game 2 as well. So it looks like BBP are comfortable with their bans. It's just going to be their picks that are really going to make the difference in their mind.
Now, I wonder if the
I see
Mordekaiser
no
V1
reason.
comes through again. I just don't know if it has the same potential flexibility. Now that BBP has shown or have seen that you will play it in jungle, but it will be more locked in for Rivals.
Okay, now I think Sivir will follow up here again, and they're just going to try to play into the Vayne a little bit differently, maybe by taking away the Shin. But there is a possibility just to pick Xayah and pretend the Sivir is banned by the fact that Vayne is available. Also, I guess you could not pick Sivir and wait for AD carry pick to see if you can ban Vayne in second ban.
Okay.
As it might be a return of the Rumble jungle.
Now, Rumble will probably be flexed with R5 pick, which means that Rivals will be picking topside blind. So we'll have to see ultimately if they decide that Mordekaiser should go top or if it should stay in the jungle. The problem with potentially picking the Shen away here is that you're guaranteeing it's Shen top, and Mord can just play into that, right? I don't think Mord would really have an issue playing into a Shen top when all is said and done. So instead, Rival is going to early pick the Shen, potentially sensing that the ban might happen. And so they show their cards early, and I like this adaptation because now the Poppy that was, aggressive and early game dominant, but did lose its value as the game went on. Kind of loses its pick value here, as well as stuff like the Camille, right? With the Shen able to block the W or the Q damage with his W, or potentially like stuff like Asante. But instead, it's just going to be that Oriana Yone once again.
Yeah, but I do feel like this Rumble Flex is still available in a lot of ways. If you pick a jungler that can really punish the way that Mordekaiser was played in Game 3, I think BVP have the opportunity to really pull off some counter picks like they did in Game 2.
Yeah, now it's going to be up to Rivals to either call the bluff and ban away some top laners here, or potentially pinch that jungler's pool and make it so the Rumble has to go in the jungle position. As Gwen going to be taken off the board, I like that. Gwen in Game 2 was, it didn't have the best early game, but was very effective in that 1-3-1 when paired with Yone. So that's not going to be an option for BBP. BBP on the other side has banned away the Caitlyn and the Zillion.
Yeah, so I think they're going to double down on the top lane bans here. We'll see if that actually happens, but BBP have their pick of support here, but this time the AD carry is not showing at all, which I think is a first.
Yeah, the Xayah picked means the Caitlyn still is on the, or sorry, not on the table. That's what, it was a good smart ban away by BBP. The Milio means that the disengage options are going to be limited. I wonder if we see an R4 Braum. Instead, it's going to be the Kisante locked in by PvP. So leaving support the 5th pick to try to make the lanes go a little bit smoother there for the bottom side of the map for PvP.
Yeah, but Rival still kind of knows what kind of AD carry they want to play here. And whenever you see 4 of the enemy champions, so I feel like they can pick a pretty good bot lane into the Xayah showing. As the Tristana's locked in, and it might just be the Swain again?
Potentially. We will have to see. That is 3 melee picks locked by BBP, so the Swain does get some value, especially when you could put a Shen ult over the top of it. It would be really hard to deal with, even if it is support Swain. But we haven't seen any like engage come through from support. And I wonder if this is where Rivals wants to pull the trigger instead. No, it's gonna be that Braum pick to kind of make the melees sweat even harder to try to get advantages, as walking through a Braum really difficult to
Can we
do.
just run back the classic of Rakan here?
I don't know. I don't know if that's in the wheelhouse of Lunar Paw. We'll have to see.
I'm definitely thinking about it. It's gonna be the Lulu. It's kind of funny with the Xayah instead of the Sivir, but does basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Works well with the Yon wall as well, I think.
It's a pretty strong 2v2 as well, having those, 2 really big ultimates. But the Lulu offers, that buff to a Yone or Kasante trying to get aggressive. So we'll have to see if Lulu is able to follow those carries. I just think it's going to be hard for BBP to walk past a Braum, Shen, Mordekaiser with those 3 melees locked in.
All right, well, we'll have to see if the return of the Rumble Jungle can do a little bit more than it did in Game 1. I will say, I think it has better lanes than it did at that time.
Yeah, that is true. Very true.
especially with how this Yona's been playing, I could see Rumble popping off with that into Eyesight's Orianna, but everything else is kind of interesting. We've got like a hybrid of the first game along with the third game.
Yeah, while the lanes are probably easier for the Rumble to play around, the mid to late game, there really isn't any setup or lockdown from a Rumble Ultimate, right? You're gonna basically rely on mispositioning from rivals, whether that's in a choke or in an escape path. Otherwise, it's just the Yone ult trying to set up the Rumble, or I guess the Xayah E pullback to root some people. Kind of conditional in their own right. So while you do have better lanes to play for, the 5v5 and the skirmish, not as easy to play for BBP as it is for Rivals. I mean, it's pretty easy what Rivals wants to do, right? They want to get to the reactive early, and they want to make Yone, Cassante, and Rumble walk in because they don't really have any playmaking tools outside of that Yone ultimate, which in a game 4 high pressure, elimination match, that's a lot of pressure to put on the Lord JK to make those picks work, especially when you have to do it into a Braum, into a Shen, into a Mordekaiser. So, I mean, I'm leaning towards Rivals here. But as we've seen from this series, it really could be anybody's. It's just gonna come down to who makes the fewest mistakes, it feels like.
Yeah, and I am interested how this Tristana plays because I feel like the Vayne and Caitlyn was very, it was played very well by BKs, but Tristana is one of those champions that not only has fallen out of favor bot lane, but could be a little hit or miss. I guess Vayne is as well, but it feels like there's a bit more pressure on this Tristana, so we'll see if BKs can deliver.
Well, if there's anything that Cashy commercials have taught me is that with BK, you can have it your way. We'll have to see if that ultimately ends up on the Rift here in game 4. It's do or die for BBP. It's match point for Rivals, but we will see you all after a quick break.
Yeah, you show me colors, light in the darkness. You were the only thing I needed. Then we got older, but we stayed the same. Swear that we never lost the flame. Nostalgia, you're an echo
Welcome back to the Rift for potentially the final game. Once again, Rivals versus BBP. Same sides. This time, they are supporting Willem in his top lane adventures, or I guess top
Oriana's
side.
gotta be careful.
It's interesting. It's Oriana and then 4 people top lane, and 5 people in this bush right here.
Yeah, I think
Oriana does have ball to face check though, so I think eyesight should be fine. Eyesight knows to queue a bush. It's just, does he queue the right bush if he does go for, or does he just sit mid?
Yeah.
And have these people sit here and chill.
Sitting
yeah,
mid
they
was
give
the
up.
right option.
Well, I don't know. I don't know entirely what Rivals is seeing. Now they definitely see something going on. Oriana ball will spot out more. And I think both teams are just going to walk away from this. But bot lane has a long way to go from here.
Yeah, bot lane's gonna be late.
Yeah. And into Tristana, that's really scary, especially as 2 ranged champions. Philem also getting an awkward trade there, too.
I don't know how he missed Q. I don't know if Death Knight somehow fancy footed it or Pilum just whiffed, but the Q auto didn't come through, so that was a very heavy trade in favor of Death Knight.
Look, it's Oriana versus Yone.
Yeah, dude.
Classic.
I'm excited. I wonder what is gonna happen. Surely it's not a farm fest.
But yeah, as you can see, normally Braum does not have this control over the wave, but it is completely in control of Tristana right now. And Xayah and Lulu are gonna have to walk away soon and not come back until they are level 2 as well. Oh, that Q canceled the taunt as well?
Yeah.
But I don't think it just looks fancy. I don't think it actually turns into anything material gain. Maybe just a defensive against something going really bad in the lane, as Pilum is already at half health.
Yeah.
And Lord,
yeah, I mean, I gotta imagine that unless level 6 comes through for Cassante first, it's just gonna be really hard for the Cassante to ever find kill threat onto the Shen, even less so than the Poppy, because outside of Death Knight just eating into the Q3 of Pilum, there really shouldn't be any interrupts other
but what
than
if he gets hit?
W.
Right, I don't think he is available right now for Death Knight, so this, oh, here it comes now. Shield available as well. Pilum taking a big trade, gets the shield of his own. I saw this boss game.
Yeah.
Flash out, flash Q. This time it's like a Santa Q instead of Poppy Q, but his first blood for Pilum.
That's my bad. I definitely cast a curse at Death Knight there. That thing just needs to be more respectful of the enemy top laner, especially when he's just putting damage into you. But regardless, not gonna be the end all be all of this game 4, but it is a nice little morale boost for BBP.
Yeah, and I don't think Pilum is gonna make the same mistake last time where he overstayed. As you can see, Pilum has recalled this time, will not give over the solo kill. And I don't think he's gonna go suicide prevent Shen ult either. So this top lane is I mean, also Cassandra is a very different champion than Poppy in the late game as well. So that lane matchup could definitely shift a lot of things in this matchup.
We will have to see how the side lanes are ultimately allocated, because the Cassante and the Yone, of course, can side lane very effectively. I imagine you want the Cassante to lane into the Shen as the game continues, but we will have to see what both of these teams try to decide. As it's too early to tell, the Lord JK with a nice Q3 onto eyesight. Right now,
Rumble's behind them right now, by the way.
Yeah,
As BK's goes in for a trade, says, I can get this aggressive trade, I'm Tristana. But what he doesn't know is that Rumble's behind him. Will not have the ability to get out, doesn't use barrier. CV also is going to fall. And this Rumble jungle has come back with a vengeance, is looking a lot better in game 4 than it was in game 1.
At some point, you would think Rivals would ward that Tri-Bush, because that seems like their Achilles heel. They leave that unwarded, and it's a free gank every single time. BK is dying with 2 wards in the pocket. Just, you know, it's the small mistakes that make the biggest outcomes. And that was feats of warfare for a team just 5 minutes in. BBP, a tower or 3 objectives could net them the feats of strength once again. Oh, Lord JK takes a
tower shot right
there.
as CB is here, flashes in onto the Lord JK, who does not want to use this flash yet. Will get stunned though. I think he should have. We'll use it now, but Orianna can answer with her own flash, and Eyesight will get a kill. Meanwhile, top lane trading aggressively misses the taunt though, and is chain vested to no item Shen right now. Q3 misses though. I don't think it matters. Death Knight has no flash, no ability to get out. No dodge to Q though, so he's gonna be okay. But that is a crazy aggressive to trade go for whenever you're 800 gold down in stats.
But he gets it done, Death Knight. So he's gonna walk away saying, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure I win this 1v1," as he did against the Poppy matchup. We'll have to see.
Well, we'll see after the first Shen ult where what Film decides to do is BK jumps in. This time there isn't a rumble behind him. He's in the area though, so he's got to be a little careful. I think Tristana should have the tools to get out.
No flash on
BK's
Tristana, no
testing
W.
that Fury though.
BK's dead.
Okay, I guess I'm wrong. Yeah, the BK is just going to die in his own minion wave. Try to pretend to be a minion so that way they don't kill you as quickly, you know?
I think it was more like, let me just back fast. I'll just stop moving. Go ahead and get me back to base.
Wait,
yeah,
they're doing both? Wait, this is aggressive. So Rumble has elected to use this tempo to go for Dragon, but they teleported in the Yone and Cassante to Grubs just to try to stop the handshake. But the answer to that is just to walk away, because Rumble's going to be on this Dragon for a while, and now the laners have to go back to lane, so I think the Grubs will end up being handshake traded over.
Yep. Mordekaiser are already on it, but Yone and Lulu are quick to get there. Orianna gonna be caught between a rock
actually, we turn on the Orianna. Eyesight gets ulted on. There's a Rumble here as well. Rumble gets Orianna ulted into the tower. Will flash out though, so it will be safety for him. Meanwhile, top lane, Big Red will get kidnapped. That's ridiculous. I think that's the most ridiculous Cassante ult I've seen. Shen ult will protect him though, so I think Big Rev will be okay. Lunar Paw trying to zone out, but that is a level 4 Lulu, not the most scary of threats.
Big Rev on the run. Big Rev's gonna go down.
Yeah, it looks like the Shen ult is immaterial as Big Rev doesn't have the ability to give her any walls. And Cassante will chase down. Meanwhile, the stun's coming in mid. BK's also available. Will try to get the kill. I think that was... Yeah, Yone has to come back, but there's a tower available too. Somehow he lives, and it's actually Lunar Paw who's going to flash out and live as well.
Wow.
I need to stop setting up these sentences.
So much that happened, and at the end of the day, no kills given over by either team. However, this is a Zaya that is alone on the bot side of the map. Free gold. Already has 2 kills in the pocket. Big Rev got the execute. So he didn't live, but he didn't necessarily die.
Okay, I definitely lost track of that as I was watching Yone and Lulu play under the tower.
Yep, so when all is said and done, the gold lead stays about right where it was, a little bit over 1,000 in gold in favor of BBP. Now what's interesting,
grubs as well.
They get 2 grubs, so it won't count towards the objective stacking, but it does put pressure for the next set of grubs. What's interesting is Orianna has gone Catalyst this time around.
Yeah, electing to just say, if I can live, that's more important than anything else, is these top lane trades are having fun again. No junglers available this time, but it's a little bit lower. And there's 2 Giants Vault now for Shen.
Slowed down the trading pattern, which definitely favors the Shen. Just, trade when your grasp is up. Pretty easy. That's what tanks mostly like to do.
Yeah, just permanent.
Ooh, Merc
gets the taunt actually, and Cassante is a little bit low in health.
Merc has 6. He's here.
Yeah, Merc's actually using that as a bait. The Q3 into Rumble. You said there wasn't much setup. I guess if you just align it up perfectly, Killam does get that kill for himself.
Yeah, a little bit of a silly death from Death Knight. Death Knight knew that they had just taken the grubs, and so jungler probably on top side. And ultimately,
Lunar Paw gets pretty slowed there. Getting the Q through the minions will lead to Lunar Paw's death, as BK is also low, but has the jump out. Now, I don't think they can dive Big Z. There's both Summoners and Zyold and Tristan is low.
Yeah. We've seen this story before, and it was with better setup in the Maokai. Instead, they're going to elect to use that pressure, move on to the enemy blue buff. Good response, as Merc was already taking the opposite side.
So, Shen ult is also available pretty soon. It was used the first time to try to save Big Rev, but it doesn't really matter if you're the one that's in trouble.
Ooh.
Now Yone trying to find an ultimate only finds Braum. That's not who he wanted. Orianna does not have ult though, so I think he'll be able to live here.
Orianna used ult to set up that gank, just not enough damage with that catalyst build quite yet. Death Knight
fighting once again.
Finding the better of these trades. Pelim does have the ultimate available.
That's the second Q3 that missed in a row, I believe. So the Lord
mid-lane
Lord JK
fire.
has to flash because of the E by Big Rev.
Merc
And
is
now
here.
this Yone is just gonna struggle, I think. Death Knight going in for the E, doesn't care that he misses the taunt, just wants the trade in general. However, he does get kidnapped now, and there's not a tower to protect him for quite a while. Will take quite a bit of damage now the tower is here. But will Pilum care if he can Q3? Can't quite hit it. So that will
Mort
be
is
the end
here.
of that dive. Now Mort is here. I believe Pilum will still have the ultimate of... No, it just ended, so he has to flash over instead of Eing over.
We got ulted by a Big Rev, so he
Oh,
can't
yeah, that
go
is in the
anywhere.
death realm, so yeah, I think even Big Rev might be able to save him, so that way, I guess you would give it to the Mordekaiser anyways, but assist given over to Shen.
Plate for BKs on the bottom side as well, so Rivals closing that gold lead a little bit with that kill on that plate. Still, just a shade under 1,000 in favor of BBP. But 12 minutes
But I
in.
will say, for the Xayah, they're actually
Oh.
kind of tempo trapping here. Get the root off from Xayah, though! So CB isn't able to get the passive on until it's far too late, and the tempo trap ends up trapping themselves, as Big Z just has the right reaction.
Yeah, and that does mean that they have the inside track for this dragon. Big Rev is on the bottom side of the map, does have smite, but no flash, no ultimate.
Yeah, and
Means
it's also
it should
Yuntal
be-
finish for Xayah versus Tristana with BS Sword and the
Yep.
little... There's the Yuntal now, but of course, not in
Yep,
time
yep.
to fight that dragon.
An easy second dragon pickup for BBP, stacking the drags on tempo.
It is Hex Soul for the
CB.
first time in the series.
Yeah, that's nice. That's exciting. CB has backed to potentially play for these grubs. So now Tristana gonna be left to 1v2 on the bottom side of this map. Has to be careful with that feather pullback with the Lulu ultimate now available. Ooh!
Orianna ult into Yone ult though, so it looks like the Lord JK will just escape the Mordekaiser E. However, even with Orianna ult down, I don't think there's pressure to stop these grubs, although it is Hex Soul, and you know, that's not just the soul, that's the fact that Lulu is going to be here much sooner than she normally would. Pilum, however, in trouble.
Pilum has
That's
ult.
a prime kidnapping angle though. But
Oh, he
ultimate
doesn't
isn't
have
available.
ult quite yet.
It's so close, you can barely see the line. Now it's available over Big Rev.
Oh,
Mercmaster just
smite from
flashes
Mercmaster.
in.
But this fight
No,
is
Death
probably
Realm.
Rivals favored. Lord JK gonna get stunned up. Already has the Lulu ultimate.
But Mercmaster has to come out of the Death Realm too low health. Lord JK also very low, will be killed by the Mordekaiser. Death Knight is tanky enough that Pilum can't even find a counter kill here. I think he's just gonna go down. And Rivals picks up 3 and 1 of the grubs.
They picked up 1, so they denied the objective stacking. So feats of strength still on the table for both of these teams. It is 4 grubs in favor of BBP, but I just feel like that fight definitely favors Rivals, right? They swung the gold lead back to their advantage, and they're playing a comp that should thrive in the mid game with this
Big
Tristana
Rev's
and
up 2 levels here.
Mercmaster.
It is a reverse of the last game. However, Mercmaster does quite a bit of damage, and there's a teleport behind him.
Forces the
But there's a
TP
Hex
out. Yeah, that's a Hex Gate. So you get a TP for free. Mercmaster just immediately taken low. Probably gonna have to back after these chickens. And
Maybe one more camp for fun. Jungle's good to do that now.
True. CB gonna try to stop this wave so Eyesight can get back in time.
I do love direct-to-camera, bringing us to the Lord JK just going all the way from enemy tower to his own, because classic Yone moment.
Now Lord JK is not careful. CB has red buff. I'm just kidding. Oh, Death Knight
Flash in
tries.
from Death Knight. Can't quite make it work, though. And now with Taunt not available, Solon is a little bit more emboldened, I think.
Helium still has the ultimate available as well. BK has to be careful here. Potential feather pullback. Should just be first tower going down. That will be Feats of Strength going the way of BBP.
Yeah, and I will say the last time that we've seen Xayah, whenever it wasn't fed, it lost. But whenever it got these kills early and is kind of ahead of the enemy to carry, it was able to carry that game, I believe. So
yeah,
we might see a return to that. As trades keep on going. Oh, that W didn't look like he connected. However, there's an Orianna here. An Orianna ult will mean Pelum cannot find the ultimate of his own. That will be a kill. Braum will collect some farm mid, so they don't even give up the farm. Although giving it to your Braum's kind of like giving it up. But still, Eyesight was a really good round.
Early Locket, which is actually really good into this comp that PvP has drafted. It's a really front-ended damage heavy. Yes, there's DPS in Big Z60 in that Xayah, but you just want to be able to sustain the front-end damage so that way you could potentially win the back end of the fight. So I'm not opposed to giving the Braum gold when it's available.
True, yeah. Although, I'm wondering if Locket will be available by Dragon, just because I'm not sure if Braum will get a reset after getting the gold before that spawns. Looks like the target is Rift Herald for now.
Oh, they're going to try to get a kill on the Hex Gate, but the Dragon's on the bottom side, so nobody's going to be using that top side Hex Gate.
Yeah, it looks like BP has taken your advice that Rift Herald's a bait. And this time it literally was a bait for two solo laners to come kill you. Or, sorry, Orianna and Mordekaiser come kill you, but...
This is an interesting trade from Rivals. Giving up slow point for Rift Herald. It might help you in the short term, but then you got to play on a 5-minute timer.
Actually, I'm not sure that they were doing that because Mordekaiser can flash in here potentially. Meanwhile, bot lane, again, the Yone matching the Shin just does not work out for the Yone. And now it looks like they're a little actually more interested in the Dragon, which I appreciate because, yeah, giving up soul point is very scary.
Elam has a potential flank angle.
Is it a flank angle or is it a death angle? Because, oh, it looks like it's a flank angle. He goes into Rumble. Ult is canceled, though, by that. The Orianna ult finds the 80 carry. Big Z does ult out of it, though. Gets punished for gets peppered. And now Rival's going to find everything. The Lord JK can't even find the ultimate. Isn't going to be able to find the Orianna. Gets stunned on the back end of it. Luna goes down. And the Lord JK just can't find anything, even though he tries. And, yeah, it's a 4-for-0.
Yeah, so you remember when I said engaging into a Braum, a Mordekaiser, and a Shen and Orianna would be really hard? Yeah, it's really hard. It's remained true.
Yeah.
I honestly thought that was gonna be a potential game-breaking fight for BBP. They pick up the fight win. They pick up the Dragon, but we called it. Once that front end damage is gone, there's really not much left. And you were right, the Lord JK tried to make magic happen just a little bit too late to the fight. Ultimately does go down. Now it's a TP wasted as well.
I mean, I guess it's not technically wasted because you could say there is going to be bot lane pressure off of it, but it does feel like that might have been for fighting at the Dragon Pit. But that Dragon's gone, and so are Rivals. They've gotten their treasure, and they're out of there.
Yeah, and so now... good return onto the tier 1 mid by BBP. Picking up tempo where there is tempo to be had. Now the question is, you just saw how bad a fight could go if you are a BBP when Rivals is grouped up. Your initial reaction is, well, let's try to make some picks happen. I mean, you look at their comp, how do you make that happen, right? There's not a lot of playmaking potential. Unless, somebody's overextended on a side lane and you can just punish easily that way. Just not engage coming out of a Lulu, right? There's not, engage coming out of a Rumble. The playmaking options are limited. And so if you can't make picks and you can't win up straight up 5v5.
Oh, this might be a pick here, actually. But the Psych just sidesteps these, I feel like, over the series length. As he's played against Yone 3 times now. Oh, there's a Cassante, though. I didn't see that till the camera panned, and you can't really sidestep all of that. Orianna will find the Lord JK.
Flash.
And the Lord JK Q's out, actually, the flash as well. So it looks like they're going to be okay, but this is going to turn into a 5v5. Mark Master is holding ultimate. Now he has to use it on BK's. BK's just kites into it, though. Does not care. This tower's still here, though. Yone has to eat back. He cannot do anything else. And Xayah, I just don't know if he can get there. Here comes Big Z. Cassante also finding the Lulu ultimate. And this tower is being the pincer that Xayah will use to get the rest of Rival out of his lane. And I think they're going to just pick up Rift Herald off of it. But man, that felt like a much bigger fight.
Rivals gets a little greedy and a little overextended trying to make the tower dive happen. Plenty of time for Big Z60 and Lunar Paw to get on up to the top side of the map. While the initial fight was won by Rivals, that extended fight went the way of BBP. Now I will
Big Z
say,
tower. Big Z under tower with a Mordekaiser Death Throw, but that's just a kill. And that's right as Otacon spawns. So I think with the jungler down, they're going to be emboldened to go for this. Shen ult's down, Orianna ult will be up if they go for it. It looks like they're going to try to go for Rift Herald, and I think that's a lot less greedy.
yeah, definitely the safer of the plays. With no ultimates available, fighting around an Otacon here would be very scary for BBP, so they're going to make the smart decision, just pick up the free objective that was given to you. And yeah, going back to what we were talking about before,
They're going for both, actually.
game.
Because Rivals committed to the cross map for the Rift Herald, but what they did not account for is that the cross map will include giving up the Otacon. Hill, I'm sure, probably will die to this cross map. I think he's going to be happy to do so. He flashes out, will die to Death Knight, but Otacon goes down on the opposite side of the map.
Yep, and that will be experience and a little bit of damage going towards BBP. Now, I will say, I don't know if it'll net them the experience advantage that Rivals enjoyed in the later portions of that game 3. And it does net Rivals a tower, so we'll have to watch carefully if this Otacon ends up being the pivotal moment of this game 4. Can BBP take it and start to carve out some leads, or is it ultimately just an objective that was given for cross map play? Yeah, it feels bad that you're giving up the Otacon for basically nothing, but it's not nothing for the short term, right? And this comp wants to thrive in the middle game. So any gold lead that they can carve out for themselves here might feel better, because the later this game goes, BBP with the super tank in Cassante, with the damage in the Yone, the Xayah, and the Rumble, they're gonna have that unlocked. So Rivals has to win, here earlier.
Now, I will say that, the items are coming in through for the carries of Rivals. And yeah, we talked about them being the early game comp, but they've got Tristana, they've got Orianna. It's definitely possible they can make these late game fights work. However, they've got a really tough denial of soul point ahead of them right here, if they're going to go for that.
Yeah. We were talking about how hard it is for BBP to walk into Rivals if they get the objective set up. It's also kind of hard to keep Rivals out, other than the potential Xayah E feather pullback. Ultimate from CB.
Ultimates will be traded. I think that
Oh, Lord
favors
DK.
the Rumble. And actually, the Orianna finds a bunch of people. Big Z is just taking too much damage. That's a shutdown of the most important members. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yone finds 3 people. It wasn't the Xayah that mattered. It was the Yone. That's a shutdown. It looks like Yone has to leave for now, as Big Rev will get the triple kill. They're trying to get over the Penta. That was purely for the Penta, you can tell. Looks like Yone doesn't want to do it, though. He'll give it over to BKs. But, yeah, Big Z just caught a little bit flat-footed, and Yone makes something happen, and then Big Rev makes something bigger happen.
BBP struggling with object permanence. They saw Rivals exit the bush, and they thought, oh, they're no longer in there. No, they just walked back in, found the Big Rev pull with the E, comboed so well with the Ariana ultimate, and then you hate to see it, but the Panic Lunar Paw ult found the Lulu, wasn't able to save the carries, and that just feels like such a backbreaker here in the later portions of this game. Rivals up 10 kills now, and while the teams can't see the gold differential, they can definitely see the kills, and whenever you're 10 kills down and on the back foot, I mean, momentum's a real thing, and BBP has to know it's not on their side right now.
Yeah, the cool thing about Ruinous Otacon is that it really scales with dragons, and they haven't collected any dragons really, other than the first 2. So, plus the more Hextech dragons that go over, Orianna likes both ends of it, Tristana likes both ends of it. Just like definitely a very good dragon for the side of Rivals.
Yeah, now it's up to Rivals to potentially break this game wide open. They found several fights in a row that have been advantageous. They found the next 2 Drakes, and yeah, they gave up Otacon, but They built a little bit of a gold lead here in the middle stage of this game. Baron on the table. They're setting up shop around this objective. And this Shen has worked wonders the last 2 games. They were struggling on the side lanes. Just lock Shen in. Kind of a side lane nullifier. And BBP hasn't looked the same since that game 2 victory.
We'll see if Pillium has anything to say about it, because you know he wants to go aggressive. But look at these health bars. Shen, basically full health. Pillium, not so much.
That he does get the wave shoved.
Oh, they're
Lunar
gone
Paw.
on to Big Z. Big Z has to ultimate the Braum ult once again, and that means Orianna ult's on the table. Now, Orianna's quite a ways away, but Zai ult's a long cooldown.
BBP on the wrong side of the map, though, with, you know, this Baron up. They're gonna have to walk their way around. Now it's a Nayram, but Sight is here.
Oh my goodness, every time I see this matchup, it just looks really much like so rough for Pillium.
Yeah, and
I
feel like the longer that this, you know, standoff goes, the more advantageous it's going to be for Rivals. Shen going to be able to build up a big wave. Rivals gets the mid lane prio, and it seems like BBP not willing to pull Lord JK back into that top lane. They're playing to Rivals tempo, and that's never a good place to be in.
They're actually starting the Baron. I'm not sure if that was a mixed call, but yeah, it's gonna be started. There's no tank in here yet, but Braum will do for now.
They got the TP out, and they just walk away.
Yeah, because Shen did not commit anything, so.
Shen has the ultimate, the TP available. Murkmas has to be
Murkmas
careful.
Yeah, but he's chilling. Meanwhile, Big Rev just gets a crab underneath 2 people for fun.
And now Shen's just uncontested on this bottom lane. If they go and they match, there could be a free Baron, and if they don't, it's just a free tower.
Right, and you really want to send a Yone who does have TP, but also really does not want to bring it to Shen.
If Rumble shows bot lane here, Rivals will pull the trigger on the Baron immediately. No, this just seems
like it's going to be a Rumble, but it also looks like Big Rev is pulling the trigger on getting caught potentially. Yone going in versus 4 people. Shen ult used. So Lord JK has nowhere to go, though. He has to go back to his E, which is surrounded. They're still going to go in 4v5, though. Big Rev on the Rumble ult. Orianna ult finds everyone, though. The taunt finds even more. Big Z tries to live with the exhaust, so sure.
Healer's here.
Live, but he won't have a team with him. Pillium, if he can find BK's, maybe. But BK still had barrier. So Big Z is the only one left on the map with a sliver of health.
And at the end of the day, Rivals just gonna reset and probably ping onto this dragon side, get advantage there. No,
they want more.
They want to start. This is
okay.
greedy.
Mordekaiser. I mean, they've got Mordekaiser and Orianna. I will say these 2 champions are very good at being defensive while low on health. BK's also will add a lot of damage. However, Orianna does have to manage DZs very, very well because the damage is going to start to stack up, and even BK's will be under threat of dying. Baron's just almost dead though. The teleport comes out. And this might be a huge mistake.
CB!
And CB's just caught, I think, for this Baron call. Maybe Big Z can't go that much further forward, though. Okay, it looks like things are going to calm down. However, that does mean Rivals waste the tempo they got off that one fight.
Yeah, that was an over-aggression on the Baron.
Still on the table.
Call should have been to reset and play for this dragon. Instead, BBP is going to be able to get the inside track onto this objective.
Right, but they haven't been able to use it effectively. They've had the inside track on the last 2 dragons, I feel like.
It's already been started.
I'm
pretty sure it's gone. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And BK's also might be gone. Looks like a live for now. But yeah, it looks like, yeah, the inside track was good enough this time, so.
Yeah, now, while they back...
Oh, Orianna ult finds onto Big Z. Lunar Paw still available with ultimate. Heals up soon too. So I think they'll just walk away. But that is a lot of, you know, a lot of tempo gain for Baron potentially. And this time, Big Rev is a little bit healthier if he goes to start it.
And there's no TP from Pelum. He's gonna have to back and use the Hex States to get to this objective. Murkmas is still on the bottom side of the map as well. Will be late. Does have the Rumble ultimate. Yeah. Lord JK not going to be able to walk in, and that's just a free Baron. While they do give up Soul Point, Baron at this stage of the game is so scary. This team is already about 5,000 gold ahead. And with Baron, with the gold lead, I mean, they could probably try to threaten end here with a strong either fight or a strong push.
There's definitely a lot of options. But if the Baron does not lead to lethal damage on the base, I do feel like BBP have a strong ability to potentially make this game unwinnable by getting that Hextech Soul. So this Baron better be good.
The problem is, look at the XP advantages Rivals have found themselves despite giving up that Otacon. It's been overgrouping from BBP, which has led to, you know, an experience lead, which at this stage in the game, Eyesight, level 16 on the Orianna, Death Knight, and Big Rev in the jungle, level 17. And you still have, you know, members that are 15 over on BBP. So, I mean, they're not going to hit 16 here, and this could be the final push.
Right, we'll have to see. Shen is otherwise occupied, so there won't be a Shen ult if a fight does break out, but there might not be a Cassante at all if this keeps on going this path.
Yeah, this is a lot of Baron minions.
But yeah, those minions are just mobbing him.
The 1-3-1 has started from Rivals. Yone, does he stick around and try to make a play in the mid lane? Mercmaster on the run. So Merc forced to flash.
I mean,
this is an uncontested top tower, though.
It's a pretty big pick onto BKs to get it, but
Lulu ult
not enough damage.
Forced out, and that's a big cooldown. Mercmaster no flash, Lulu no ult. Rivals has to be feeling pretty confident about their chances of winning this game with this Baron. If not, just, you know, exploding the gold lead.
Right. Lethal damage on the base sometimes is lethal damage in her walls. Oh, the flash in! And the camera says we need to look bot lane, but Big Z is almost certainly dead. Will ultimate to try to find Big Rev, but the exhaust is just not enough. BKs will get the final kill.
Oh!
Trying to find Eyesight. I'm not sure why they committed bot lane and mid lane at the same time. Orianna ult will try to protect Merc. Masta also will die. Shen ult means they can commit both mid and bot, I guess, as they're going to run away from the towers. The Lord JK might get Eyesight, but he's going to have to go back to his E, and there's a Tristana waiting for him. Actually, there's a Cassante waiting for the Tristana. The Lulu ult also changed the CC. BK's is half health. Can he really auto-attack anything here? The Lord JK also looking. Doesn't hit the Q3, though, so he will have to back out just before Braum passive stuns him. But
Pressure's
now
on.
they have to be looking at their towers.
Pelum, no ultimate. Oh, flash taunt!
Oh, I think that taunt might have just got him the game because Cassante is taking damage now. Though BK's goes down, Shen also goes down. And the Lord JK can fight this so easily. Gets the shutdown on Big Rev. Sure, CB will live to tell the tale. But the tale is not a good one as Dragon is spawning in 55 seconds. And while the base is in shambles, BBP have full position on the map.
Yeah, it was a awkward TP from Eyesight. Rivals probably could have ended there if that didn't happen. Instead, Eyesight and by default Death Knight with that Shen ultimate just in the wrong position. And while it looked good for Rivals to potentially end, all of a sudden if CB went down there, BBP could have looked for an end angle. Ultimately didn't, and you know the damage was done on the base. Eyesight is up with CB. Dragon gonna be up just before or just after Big Rev spawns, so Rivals dodge a bullet here, should be able to contest this objective.
Right, and they've also got 2 inhibs down now. It's the worst 2 inhibs you could have for contesting Dragon. But I mean, they're just stacking on this Dragon, and I don't think Rivals has made a decision. They've decided to leave the Winnie wave. Shen is going to ult in, but the Dragon's just gone. Soul is gone. Now they have inside track, but
yeah, they're trying to stop backs. They're looking for an end angle with the minions.
You can't stop all these backs, can you? The Hex Gate helps a lot, as Pelum will try to eat as much aggression as possible. Lulu is the only one able to get to the base. But
Yeah,
no one's
Lulu-
pressuring. Shen's just on the top lane. Super minions alone aren't enough. They
Well,
can't
they
really
could
route
be.
them.
Let's see.
Cassandra
DK is
the
getting aggressive.
engage. Right, but they're at the base.
Oh, man. So, a bullet avoided by BBP. I feel like if Death Knight went mid, it could have been an end angle. Instead, Rival's going to focus on the top tower. But this is a Hextech Soul.
Because yeah, you've got Hextech Soul.
Yeah. Baron on the
That
table
Hextech
here. 50 seconds. Rivals have done everything so well here in game 4, but one messed up fight here 35 minutes in could spell their doom. Oh.
Wait, maybe it's one messed up fight for Pelham, though, as he is now in the middle of everyone. Hextech Soul just helps so much, though. Death Realm, sure, means that Pelham can't do anything, but now you're out
Big
of the
Rev
Death
so
Realm and you're into
tanky.
4 people. Oh, 3 people, though. The Zaya gets out of it at least. Lunapal not so lucky. Yon stunned up. Zaya has to run away for her life. Merkamax not able to find the kill, and I think that's lethal damage because Zaya can't heal up in time. Cassante trying to recall, trying to heal up. The mini waves are here. The health bars are just too healthy though. Zaya going to have to 1v4 until Cassante gets here. Does so okay.
Holy.
One tower respawning though, and this Mordekaiser goes down. Zaya trying to stop Death Knight from ending the game. BK's is just hitting the Nexus.
Tower spawn!
The tower spawns. Zaya's down. BK's is too low.
It couldn't hit the Nexus.
I is the only one doing damage right now. Death Knight trying to right click, but Shen just isn't built for that. Oriana doing damage to the tower. BK or Cassante trying to find it, and they're gonna end the game.
Holy moly. I thought they were going to end, and I thought they weren't, but Rivals picks up the convincing game 4 victory. They are their Sentinel champions. It wasn't pretty, but Rivals eventually closes it out. All it took was giving up Otacon, giving up Soul, but in the end, they emerge victorious, and that is all that matters.
Yeah, for sure. And Big Rev getting an almost pentakill as well to top it off. You know, last game Mordekaiser Jungle didn't look amazing. This game, it did absolutely pop off. Eyesight coming in as a sub is able to make it work, and Rivals have won the season.
Yeah, and for Rivals, they can breathe a sigh of relief. I know they're a little bit nervous without their mid laner, Salo here, but Eyesight filling in admirably. You know, wasn't probably the most fun that he's ever had playing League of Legends, having the Oriana Yon matchup 3 games in a row. But at the end of the day, you know, that championship will taste so sweet. BBP on the other side. It was an up and down season, and at one point, several members thought they weren't even going to be able to play, but they fought their way to a finals appearance. Though they do end up short, it was a successful season nonetheless for them. We have some people joining the call now. I think this is going to be a team interview. Big Rev, BK's CB have joined us. Death Knight as well. We almost got the full squad here. Eyesight has trickled in. Rivals, congratulations on your victory. How does it feel? It was a stressful game 4, but you end up victorious. How you feeling?
Good.
Feel good. Feel good.
Feel good. All right.
Feeling
Cool,
good.
calm, and collected.
Yeah.
Close game.
Yeah. Yeah, those games were fun. Those were good
Yeah, that's
games.
Cool.
Did you guys feel any stress at all about the Nexus at the end there?
Oh
Any at
yeah.
all?
Oh, when the turret respawned.
Nah. Expected, man. Nah,
You knew it was in the bag.
expectation.
All right, Eyesight. My first question goes to you. At the end there, you have a Faker-esque Oriana ultimate to seal the game 4 mid lane. Not your native land. How does it feel to step up for Salo with his absence? Ultimately, make a potential championship-winning play with your lone appearance here in LXC.
They let me have Oriana 3rd time in a row, or 3rd time in the series. That's all I got in my bag. I can't believe they didn't ban it.
I know.
But I would just try to be safe, and I was looking for that one last ult at the very end of the game. I was just looking for that ult. I was telling my team, watch for the ult. And as soon as Big Rev spawned out of the ult, I just sent her.
There you have it. Eyesight confident despite the lack of reps in the mid lane.
No, I
Big
actually
Rev
called in today to power farm Oriana games and Cinder games, and it paid off.
There you go. Big Rev, talk about the difference between games 3 and game 4. Game 3, the Mordekaiser did not look like the hottest champion. Game 4, you almost get a pentakill. What was the difference between the two?
So okay, before I say anything, I just want to thank my amazing team for just putting up with me for the season. I'm kind of a wacky character, and I want to say thank you for Salo, despite him not being able to be here. He was my goat in the mid lane until Dylan showed him or Eyesight showed him up. But the difference between games 3 and 4, honestly, was just comms. I started doing bad game 3, and like you can ask the entire team. I think I went silent for like 4 minutes. But game 4, we picked it back up. The matchup, I don't know why he insists on picking Rumble Jungle into things
Same.
like Amumu, Mordecai. I don't think it's very good. In theory, it's a counter, but like only if you have hands. And obviously, without talking too much crap, he did not have the hands required to gap Big Rev.
Big Rev.
Plenty of confidence in this Rivals roster. Scarlet, you got any questions for any of the members of the squad?
I was just wondering what would Eyesight have picked up if Oriana was banned, because I was also wondering where that was going. I was asking for the cast, like, has Eyesight played any coordinated play that could be scouted? And it's like, no, it's just solo queue actually. So I was
Yeah.
wondering if there's anything else.
I was trying to play Xerath, but my captain did not want me to. I probably would have played Victor or Corky, and I just would have scaled and played safe and just not let him. I mean, he was being pretty aggressive on Yone, but I was just playing. I was playing so passive. I was not gonna let him get any kills off of me, and that was just the game plan every single game.
There you go. I have two more questions. One for the remaining members. Death Knight, Shen, not the most glamorous of champions, piloted so effectively the last couple of games for you all. What went into the thinking about the Shen pick? Ultimately, why was there no answer from BBP?
I mean, ultimately, first game with our comp, we always we like the Vayne Shin. It's pretty nice. And then Mordekaiser, we seemed to get it almost every single game, and he would just isolate that fight. So it was really nice to have these isolated fights, and then we picked the Braum into the Yone, which is really nice. But safe pick. Can go even inside lane. Their top laner was supposed to be one of their better players. And if I could just just nullify the lane and support the team, my team will carry me. So Big Rev was showing up and showing out. Eyesight came in clutch. So, and then the second game, we didn't think they're going to first phase it. So we're like, you know what? We can just flex the Mord Shin, and there's not much that they're going to be able to do. So it's pretty versatile, pretty safe, and it just kind of tailors to my team. So.
There you go. There you have it. Okay, last question, I think, unless Scarlett has any more follow-ups. CB, the captain of the rival squad. I know early on in the season, it wasn't as smooth sailing as a championship makes it out to be. Talk about some adjustments that were made throughout the split. Talk about the content we were making, your overall experience with LXC. I mean, it was a long split. You end up victorious, but what really went into that?
Yeah, I mean, we put in some double OT, triple OT. We had some some comm issues, but I think we got better over time. I mean, I think we put together the roster like a week before the split started, so we kind of had to scale into just some team chemistry. We knew we might lose Salo at the end of the split. Luckily, he made it all the way into the last game, so we were able to get some chemistry. We had some decent flex picks that we worked on, so I think it's weird whenever teams don't try to capitalize on at least a couple flex picks. So everybody able to adapt there. Yeah, I don't know. We have some differing schedules, so we didn't get to scrim that much. But yeah, I don't know. I think it all worked out. Obviously, our content gave us a +1 point throughout the season. But no, we had a eyesight step up finals. We had some little bit of drama throughout the split with multiple teams, I guess, including ourselves. And I think Triple D. It comes down to the first D that draft. I think we we were one of the best drafters in this elo. So
Yeah, well, I
There
think
you
we did
go.
a lot of prep for this finals. A lot of prep as a team.
I feel like that was like the biggest factor in terms of just games in this league in general was just draft diff. So
And
if
we
a team
wanted
could do
them to
that,
play Zaya Rumble. We were forcing them, banning everything else, so they would pick that.
and they first picked it
that
every
was our
time,
plan.
which is odd. So
There you go. Lots of prep, lots of work, lots of dedication. Ultimately ends up in a victory. Rivals, do you have any departing words as you ride into the sunset, trophy in hand?
hey, CB, is that 2 trophies for Rivals this year? Or
That's Rival's third trophy, but you know,
oh, third trophy. Dang.
no,
Okay.
no. That's I do want to shout out LXC. We've had some leagues not allow us to make content, even though the content's for everybody. So shout out to LXC and the admins and everybody. They've kind of had a hectic season, so appreciate them keeping a level head and letting us make some content.
All right. Well, I am more than impressed, Rivals. Congratulations on your victory, and enjoy the win until we potentially see you guys again somewhere else.
Yep. And thank you to all the viewers that showed up for today. And as a reminder, if you're thinking tomorrow will be the finals, I believe Crusaders actually moved to next week due to player availability. So don't show up tomorrow. Alexi will not be on. But next week, Crusader finals will happen. And thank you all for showing up. So see you next time.
Have a good night. Take care.
See you guys. Thanks for the content.